You are listening to a list of traditional occupations from the earliest times to around 1950. Abacus maker, craftsman producing counting frames. Abattoir worker, slaughterer and processor of animals for meat. Abbot, head of a monastery. Abbess, head of a convent. Abecedarian, teacher of basic literacy. Abjurer, official who administered renunciations of faith. Accountant, keeper of financial records. Accoutrement maker, producer of military gear. Acrobat, performer of physical feats. Actor, performer of dramatic roles. Actuary, calculator of insurance risks and premiums. Adder, assembler of metal components. Adjudicator, official resolving disputes. Adjuster, inspector valuing losses or damages. Adze maker, producer of adzes for woodworking. Advocate, legal representative in court. Aeronaut, operator of early flying craft. Agar maker, processor of seaweed into gelatinous products. Agricultural laborer, farm worker performing manual tasks. Aiguillette maker, producer of ornamental braided cords. Alabaster worker, carver of alabaster objects. Alderman, senior municipal official. Ale conner, official testing ale quality. Ale draper, seller of ale. Alehouse keeper, operator of a tavern. Ale taster, official sampler of ale quality. Alewife, female brewer and seller of ale. Alkali worker, processor of alkaline substances. Almanac compiler, producer of annual calendars. Almoner, distributor of charity. Alum worker, processor of alum for dyeing. Amanuensis, professional scribe or copyist. Amber worker, craftsman working with amber. Ambulance driver, operator of medical transport vehicles. Anchoress, female religious recluse. Anchorite, male religious recluse. Anchorsmith, maker of ship anchors. Animal drover, driver of livestock to market. Animal trainer, handler of trained animals. Anklet maker, producer of ankle ornaments. Announcer, public reader of proclamations. Annuity clerk, administrator of pensions. Antiquary, scholar of ancient artifacts. Anvil maker, manufacturer of blacksmith anvils. Apothecary, preparer and seller of medicines. Appraiser, valuer of goods or property. Apprentice, learner of a trade. Apron maker, producer of protective garments. Aqueduct keeper, maintainer of water channels. Arabesque painter, decorator with ornate designs. Arbiter, neutral resolver of disputes. Arborist, cultivator and surgeon of trees. Archaeologist, excavator and studier of ancient remains. Archdeacon, senior church administrator. Archer, military bowman. Architect, designer of buildings. Archivist, keeper of records. Area sneak, basement level thief. Armorer, maker and repairer of armor. Armor polisher, finisher of metal armor surfaces. Arrowsmith, maker of arrows and arrowheads. Arsenal keeper, custodian of military weapons. Arsenal worker, laborer in weapons manufacture. Artificer, skilled mechanical craftsman. Artilleryman, operator of cannon. Artist, creator of visual art. Assayer, tester of metal purity. Assembler, worker fitting components together. Astrologer, interpreter of celestial influence. Astronomer, observer of celestial bodies. Ataman, leader of a Cossack group. Attendant, personal servant or assistant. Attorney, legal agent or representative. Auctioneer, conductor of auctions. Auction crier, announcer of auction sales. Auditor, examiner of accounts. Augur, diviner interpreting omens. Author, writer of texts. Allmaker, producer of piercing tools. Axe maker, manufacturer of axes. Axeman, woodcutter or executioner. Axle maker, producer of wheel axles. Backstir, baker. Badger, licensed grain dealer or peddler. Baggage master, supervisor of luggage transport. Bag maker, producer of sacks and bags. Bailiff, officer executing court orders. Baker, producer of bread. Balance maker, manufacturer of weighing scales. Baler, presser of materials into bales. Ball maker, producer of spherical objects. Ballad seller, street vendor of printed songs. Ballast heaver, laborers loading ship ballast. Balloonist, operator of gas balloons. Bandbox maker, producer of lightweight boxes. Bandmaster, leader of musical ensembles. Bank clerk, financial office worker. Banker, manager of financial transactions. Banner maker, producer of flags and banners. Barber, cutter of hair and performer of surgery. Bard, professional poet and singer. Barge builder, constructor of barges. Bargee, operator of barges. Barrier burner, processor of alkali from plants. Barker, promoter calling attention to goods. Barmaid, female server in taverns. Barman, male server in taverns. Barn keeper, caretaker of barns. Barrister, courtroom advocate. Bartender, server of alcoholic drinks. Basket maker, weaver of baskets. Bast maker, processor of plant fiber. Bat maker, producer of cricket or baseball bats. Bathing machine attendant, operator of wheeled beach cabins. Bath attendant, caretaker of public baths. Baton maker, producer of ceremonial staffs. Battledore maker, producer of early badminton rackets. Bead maker, producer of decorative beads. Beadle, parish officer maintaining order. Beagle keeper, handler of hunting dogs. Beamer, operator of textile beam machines. Bear ward, keeper of performing bears. Beaver trapper, hunter of beavers for pelts. Bed maker, producer of bedsteads. Bedsore nurse, caretaker of bedridden patients. Beekeeper, keeper of bees. Beer bottler, packager of beer. Beer engine maker, manufacturer of beer pumps. Bell founder, caster of bells. Bell hanger, installer of bells. Bell ringer, operator of church bells. Bellows maker, manufacturer of bellows. Bellows mender, repairer of bellows. Belt maker, producer of belts. Bench carpenter, furniture maker working at a bench. Bender, shaper of wood or metal. Besom maker, producer of twig brooms. Bestiary keeper, caretaker of animal collections. Bible clerk, assistant in church services. Bibliographer, compiler of book lists. Bill poster, affixer of public notices. Bird catcher, trapper of birds. Bird fancier, breeder and seller of cage birds. Bird scarer, agricultural worker frightening birds from crops. Biscuit baker, producer of hard-baked goods. Bishop, senior church official overseeing a diocese. Bit maker, producer of horse bits. Blackamoor, servant of African descent. Black rent collector, extortion collector. Blacksmith, worker forging iron. Bladder blower, inflator of animal bladders. Blade grinder, sharpener of blades. Blade maker, producer of cutting edges. Blanket weaver, producer of woolen blankets. Blast furnace keeper, operator of smelting furnaces. Bleacher, whitener of textiles. Bleachfield worker, laborers in textile whitening. Block cutter, engraver of printing blocks. Block maker, producer of pulleys or printing blocks. Block printer, producer of printed images. Bloodletter, medical practitioner drawing blood. Bloom maker, producer of iron blooms. Bloomer, worker in iron bloomeries. Blower, glass blower or bellows operator. Bluestocking, educated woman or female writer. Boarding house keeper, operator of lodging houses. Boat builder, constructor of boats. Boatman, operator of small vessels. Boat puller, rower of boats. Bosun, officer supervising ship crew. Bobbin maker, producer of thread spools. Bobbin turner, lathe worker making bobbins. Body snatcher, supplier of corpses for anatomy. Bog iron worker, extractor of iron from wetlands. Boiler maker. Builder of boilers. Boiler stoker, fuel feeder for boilers. Bone boiler, processor of bones for glue. Bone button maker, producer of buttons from bone. Bone collector, gatherer of animal bones. Bone grinder, miller of bones for fertilizer. Bone lace maker, producer of bobbin lace. Bone picker, sorter of bones from refuse. Bone setter, healer of fractures. Bonnet maker, producer of headwear. Book carrier, transporter of books. Bookbinder, assembler of books. Book clasp maker, producer of book fasteners. Book folder, preparer of printed sheets. Bookkeeper, recorder of accounts. Book peddler, traveling seller of books. Bookseller, merchant of books. Bookstall keeper, vendor of printed materials. Bootblack, shoe polisher. Bootbinder, stitcher of boot uppers. Boot closer, finisher of boot uppers. Bootlace maker, producer of boot fasteners. Bootmaker, maker of boots. Boot tree maker, producer of boot forms. Boarder, lodger or boarder. Borer, driller of holes. Borough reeve, town administrator. Botanist, studier of plants. Bottle blower, glass bottle maker. Bottle collector, gatherer of used bottles. Bottle washer, cleaner of bottles. Bottler, filler of bottles. Bottle stopper maker, producer of corks and stoppers. Bowyer, maker of bows. Bower, maker of bowers or arbors. Bowler, maker of bowls or bowling balls. Bowl turner, lathe worker making wooden bowls. Bowstring maker, producer of bow strings. Box maker, producer of wooden boxes. Brace maker, producer of drilling tools or suspenders. Bracelet maker, producer of wrist ornaments. Braider, weaver of braided materials. Brander, marker of livestock with brands. Brandy merchant, trader in distilled spirits. Braziator, brewer of ale. Brass beater, worker shaping brass. Brass finisher, polisher of brass items. Brass founder, caster of brass objects. Brassiere maker, producer of undergarments. Brazier, worker in brass. Bread server, distributor of bread rations. Breaker, crusher of materials or tamer of horses. Brewer, producer of beer or ale. Brewery worker, laborer in beer production. Brewhouse keeper, operator of brewing facilities. Brewster, female brewer. Brick burner, firer of brick kilns. Brick carrier, transporter of bricks. Brick maker, producer of bricks. Bricklayer, builder using bricks. Brick molder, shaper of clay bricks. Bridge builder, constructor of bridges. Bridge keeper, maintainer of bridges. Bridge master, supervisor of bridge construction. Bridlesmith, maker of horse bridles. Brigandine maker, producer of armored jackets. Brine pumper, extractor of salt water. Broadcloth weaver, producer of fine wool fabric. Brocade weaver, producer of ornate fabric. Broiderer, embroiderer. Broker, agent in commercial transactions. Broom dasher, maker of broom handles. Broom maker, producer of brooms. Broom squire, broom maker and seller. Brothel keeper, operator of houses of prostitution. Brownsmith, coppersmith or brass worker. Brush binder, assembler of brushes. Brush drawer, wire drawer for brush making. Brush maker, producer of brushes. Brusher, cleaner using brushes. Buckle maker, producer of buckles. Buckle tongue maker, producer of buckle prongs. Buckram maker, producer of stiffened fabric. Bucket maker, cooper specializing in buckets. Builder, constructor of buildings. Bull baiter, keeper of fighting bulls. Bull leader, driver of bulls. Bull whacker, ox driver. Bullion dealer, trader in precious metals. Bunter, female rag collector. Burgess, freeman of a borough. Burial registrar, recorder of deaths. Burler, remover of knots from cloth. Burnisher, polisher of metal. Burr grinder, miller of millstones. Bushmaker, producer of metal bearings. Busker, street entertainer. Butcher, slaughterer and seller of meat. Butler, chief male servant managing household. Butter maker, producer of butter. Butter merchant, trader in butter. Button burnisher, polisher of buttons. Button maker, producer of buttons. Button molder, caster of metal buttons. Buyer keeper, caretaker of cattle sheds. Cabbage net maker, producer of vegetable netting. Cabinet maker, craftsman producing fine furniture. Cable layer, installer of cables. Cable maker, manufacturer of rope and wire cable. Cabriolet driver, operator of two-wheeled carriages. Caddy, golf assistant or errand runner. Cadger, traveling merchant or beggar. Cage maker, producer of animal cages. Caird, traveling tinker. Cake baker, producer of sweet baked goods. Calciner, burner of limestone or ore. Calculator, performer of mathematical computations. Calendar worker, operator of cloth pressing machinery. Calico printer, printer of patterns on cotton fabric. Calico weaver, producer of plain cotton cloth. Caulker, sealer of ship seams. Calligrapher, ornamental writer and letterer. Cambric maker, weaver of fine linen fabric. Camely, driver and keeper of camels. Cameo cutter, engraver of raised relief designs. Camera maker, manufacturer of photographic equipment. Camp follower, civilian accompanying armies. Canal digger, excavator of waterways. Canal keeper, maintainer of canal systems. Canaller, canal boat operator. Canary breeder, raiser of songbirds. Candle dipper, maker of dipped candles. Candle maker, producer of candles. Candle molder, caster of molded candles. Candlestick maker, manufacturer of candle holders. Candy maker, producer of confections. Cane worker, weaver of chair seats with cane. Canister maker, producer of metal containers. Canner, processor of preserved foods. Cannon founder, caster of artillery pieces. Canoe maker, builder of canoes. Canoness, female member of religious order. Canopy bearer, carrier of ceremonial coverings. Canopy maker, producer of overhead coverings. Canton flannel weaver, producer of cotton fabric. Canvas bleacher, whitener of canvas. Canvas weaver, producer of heavy cloth. Cap maker, producer of headwear. Capper, maker of caps or detonators. Capstan maker, builder of ship winches. Captain, commander of ship or military unit. Car builder, constructor of railway cars. Caravan driver, leader of merchant caravans. Card maker, producer of playing cards or carding tools. Card sharper, professional cheater at cards. Carder, preparer of fibers for spinning. Cardinal, high-ranking church official. Cardboard box maker, producer of paper containers. Caretaker, guardian of property. Carman, driver of carts. Carnifex, executioner or butcher. Caroller, singer of carols. Carpenter, worker in wood construction. Carpet beater, cleaner of carpets. Carpet layer, installer of carpets. Carpet planner, designer of carpet patterns. Carpet weaver, producer of carpets. Carriage builder, constructor of wheeled vehicles. Carriage driver, operator of passenger vehicles. Carriage trimmer, upholsterer of carriages. Carrier, transporter of goods. Cart maker, builder of carts. Cartographer, maker of maps. Cartridge maker, producer of ammunition. Cartwright, builder of carts and wagons. Carver, sculptor in wood or stone. Case maker, producer of boxes or containers. Cash boy, retail assistant carrying purchases. Cashier, handler of monetary transactions. Cask maker, cooper. Casket maker, producer of small boxes or coffins. Caster, founder of metal objects. Castle keeper, guardian of fortifications. Castrator, remover of animal testicles. Cat skinner, driver of tracked vehicles. Cataract coucher, surgeon treating eye cataracts. Catechist, religious instructor. Caterer, provider of food services. Catgut maker, processor of animal intestines for strings. Cathedral dean, senior cathedral administrator. Cattle breeder, raiser of cattle. Cattle dealer, trader in livestock. Cattle drover, driver of cattle. Caulker, sealer of ship seams. Causeway keeper, maintainer of raised roads. Cavalry officer, commander of mounted troops. Cavalryman, mounted soldier. Cement maker, producer of binding materials. Cementer, worker applying cement. Censer maker, producer of incense burners. Census taker, collector of population data. Chain bearer, surveyor's assistant. Chain maker, producer of metal chains. Chair bodger, maker of chair parts. Chair caner, weaver of chair seats. Chair maker, producer of chairs. Chaise driver, operator of light carriages. Chalice maker, producer of ceremonial cups. Chalk cutter, extractor of chalk. Chamberlain, manager of noble household. Chambermaid, female household cleaner. Chamois dresser, preparer of soft leather. Chandler, maker or seller of candles. Chantry priest, clergyman singing masses for dead. Chapel keeper, caretaker of chapels. Chaperone, social escort and guardian. Chaplain, clergyman serving institution. Chapman, traveling merchant. Charcoal burner, producer of charcoal. Charcoal carrier, transporter of charcoal. Charioteer, driver of chariots. Charity worker, distributor of aid. Charlatan, seller of questionable remedies. Charwoman, cleaning woman hired by day. Chaser, engraver of metal. Chatelaine, female castle keeper. Chauffeur, driver of motor vehicles. Cheese factor, cheese merchant. Cheesemaker, producer of cheese. Cheesemonger, seller of cheese. Chemist, preparer of chemicals or pharmacist. Cherry picker, harvester of cherries. Chess piece maker, carver of game pieces. Chest maker, producer of storage boxes. Chiffonier, rag and bone collector. Chimney sweep, cleaner of chimneys. China burnisher, polisher of porcelain. China decorator, painter of ceramics. China mender, repairer of porcelain. Chinaman, seller of porcelain. Chip basket maker, producer of woven containers. Chirurgeon, surgeon. Chisel maker, producer of chisels. Chocolate maker, producer of chocolate. Choir master, director of singers. Choir boy, young male singer. Chronometer maker, producer of precision timepieces. Church cleaner, maintainer of churches. Church warden, lay church administrator. Churner, maker of butter. Cider maker, producer of apple cider. Cigar maker, roller of cigars. Cigarette maker, producer of cigarettes. Cinder sifter, sorter of coal residue. Cipher clerk, encoder of messages. Circuiteer, traveling worker. Circus performer, entertainer in circus. Citin maker, producer of stringed instruments. City marshal, urban law enforcement officer. Civil engineer, designer of public works. Claims adjuster, assessor of insurance claims. Clapper boy, striker of clappers for lepers. Clarifier, purifier of liquids. Glass cutter, engraver of glass. Classicist, scholar of ancient languages. Clavier maker, producer of keyboard instruments. Clay digger, excavator of clay. Clay pipe maker, producer of smoking pipes. Clay worker, shaper of clay objects. Cleaner, remover of dirt. Clearinghouse clerk, financial settlements worker. Clergyman, ordained religious minister. Clerk, keeper of records or office worker. Clipper, shearer of sheep or trimmer of coins. Cloak maker, producer of outer garments. Clock cleaner, maintainer of timepieces. Clockmaker, producer of clocks. Clocksmith, repairer of clocks. Clogmaker, producer of wooden shoes. Clogmender, repairer of wooden shoes. Cloisonné worker, maker of enameled metalwork. Cloister keeper, maintainer of monasteries. Cloth beam maker, producer of weaving equipment. Cloth beater, presser of fabric. Cloth calenderer, polisher of cloth. Cloth cutter, pattern cutter of fabric. Cloth drawer, stretcher of cloth. Cloth dresser, finisher of fabric. Cloth dyer, colorist of textiles. Cloth examiner, inspector of fabric quality. Cloth finisher, final processor of textiles. Cloth fuller, cleaner and thickener of cloth. Cloth lapper, folder of cloth. Cloth merchant, trader in textiles. Cloth measurer, quantity assessor of fabric. Cloth presser, ironer of textiles. Cloth printer, applier of designs to fabric. Cloth server, distributor of cloth rations. Cloth shearer, trimmer of fabric nap. Cloth stamper, marker of textiles. Cloth stretcher, expander of fabric. Cloth trader, dealer in textiles. Cloth walker, trampler of cloth in fulling. Cloth weaver, producer of woven fabric. Cloth worker, general textile laborer. Clothier, maker or seller of clothing. Clothing presser, ironer of garments. Clout maker, producer of metal plates or cloths. Clown, comic performer. Club maker, producer of weapons or golf implements. Coach builder, constructor of passenger carriages. Coach driver, operator of passenger coaches. Coachman, driver of horse-drawn coaches. Coach painter, decorator of carriages. Coach trimmer, upholsterer of carriages. Coal backer, carrier of coal. Coal breaker, crusher of coal. Coal dealer, merchant of coal. Coal filler, loader of coal. Coal heaver, manual coal transporter. Coal merchant, trader in coal. Coal meter, measurer of coal quantities. Coal miner, excavator of coal. Coal porter, carrier of coal. Coal runner, deliverer of coal. Coal screener, sorter of coal by size. Coal shoveler, loader of coal. Coal trimmer, distributor of coal on ships. Coal whipper, unloader of coal from ships. Coaster, coastal shipping worker. Coastguardsman, maritime patrol officer. Coat maker, producer of outer garments. Cobbler, mender of shoes. Cochineal farmer, raiser of dye insects. Cock feeder, tender of fighting cocks. Cocoa maker, processor of cocoa. Cod fisher, catcher of codfish. Codger, elderly eccentric worker. Coffee grinder, miller of coffee beans. Coffee house keeper, operator of coffee establishments. Coffee merchant, trader in coffee. Coffee roaster, processor of coffee beans. Coffer maker, producer of chests. Coffin maker, builder of burial cases. Coil winder, wrapper of electrical coils. Coiner, minter of coins. Coir maker, processor of coconut fiber. Coke burner, producer of processed coal. Colander maker, producer of straining vessels. Collar maker, producer of neckwear or horse collars. Collier, coal miner or coal merchant. Colliery agent, manager of coal operations. Colotype printer, photomechanical printer. Colorist, applier of colors. Color maker, producer of pigments. Colt breaker, tamer of young horses. Collimer, pillar maker. Comb maker, producer of hair combs. Comedian, comic performer. Commercial traveler, traveling salesman. Commissioner, appointed official. Commodity broker, trader in goods. Compositor, typesetter. Compounder, mixer of medicines. Controller, financial overseer. Concertmaster, lead orchestra violinist. Concessionaire, operator with exclusive rights. Concierge, building caretaker. Condenser, operator of steam condensers. Conductor, director of musicians or ticket collector. Confectioner, maker of sweets. Confidential clerk, trusted office worker. Conjurer, performer of magic tricks. Connecting rod maker, producer of engine parts. Conner, inspector or examiner. Constable, law enforcement officer. Consul, diplomatic representative. Contractor, builder under contract. Contractor's clerk, assistant to builder. Convent keeper, maintainer of religious houses. Conveyor, transporter of goods. Conveyancer, legal property transfer specialist. Cook, preparer of food. Cooper, maker of barrels. Copeman, merchant or trader. Copper beater, worker shaping copper. Copper boiler, processor in copper working. Copperplate engraver, etcher of printing plates. Copperplate printer, printer from engraved plates. Coppersmith, worker in copper. Coppice keeper, manager of woodlands. Copyist, maker of copies. Cord maker, producer of rope. Cordwainer, shoemaker working with fine leather. Corker, sealer of bottles with corks. Cork cutter, shaper of cork stoppers. Corn chandler, dealer in grain. Corn dealer, merchant of grain. Corn factor, grain merchant. Corn inspector, examiner of grain quality. Corn measurer, quantity assessor of grain. Corn merchant, trader in grain. Corn miller, grinder of grain. Corn porter, carrier of grain. Cornet player, musician on brass instrument. Coroner, investigator of deaths. Coroner's officer, assistant to death investigator. Corporation laborer, municipal worker. Corset maker, producer of undergarments. Custard monger, seller of apples. Costermonger, street seller of produce. Costume maker, producer of theatrical dress. Cotton broker, trader in cotton. Cotton carder, preparer of cotton for spinning. Cotton dyer, colorist of cotton. Cotton grower, cultivator of cotton. Cotton mill worker, laborer in cotton processing. Cotton picker, harvester of cotton. Cotton piecer, joiner of broken threads. Cotton porter, carrier of cotton bales. Cotton presser, compressor of cotton bales. Cotton printer, applier of designs to cotton. Cotton reeler, winder of cotton thread. Cotton sorter, grader of cotton quality. Cotton spinner, thread maker from cotton. Cotton twister, maker of twisted thread. Cotton warp dresser, preparer of warp threads. Cotton weaver, producer of cotton fabric. Cotton weigher, measurer of cotton quantities. Cotton winder, wrapper of cotton thread. Cotton wool maker, producer of absorbent cotton. Counselor, legal advisor. Counter, teller or calculator. Countess, noblewoman ranking below duchess. Counting house clerk, accounting office worker. Country carrier, rural transporter. County clerk, local government administrator. Courtesan, high-class prostitute. Courtier, royal court attendant. Coutelier, cutlery maker. Cow doctor, veterinarian for cattle. Cow feeder, tender of cattle. Cow hand, cattle worker. Cow keeper, dairy farmer. Cowboy, cattle herder. Cowherd, tender of cattle. Cowman, dairy worker. Crab catcher, harvester of crabs. Cracker maker, producer of crisp biscuits. Cracksman, safe cracker. Cradle maker, producer of infant beds. Craftsman, skilled manual worker. Crane driver, operator of lifting equipment. Crane maker, builder of lifting machinery. Crate maker, producer of shipping containers. Cravat maker, producer of neckwear. Cream maker, separator of cream from milk. Cream merchant, seller of cream. Creel maker, producer of fishing baskets. Crier, public announcer. Crimp, labor recruiter for ships. Crispin, shoemaker. Crockery dealer, seller of pottery. Crofter, small tenant farmer. Cropper, tenant farmer or cloth shearer. Crossmaker, producer of religious symbols. Crossing sweeper, street cleaner at intersections. Croupier, gaming table operator. Crown glass maker, producer of window glass. Crucible maker, producer of melting vessels. Cruet maker, producer of condiment containers. Crystal cutter, engraver of fine glass. Crystallographer, studier of crystal structure. Cuirass maker, producer of chest armor. Culinary artist, skilled cook. Culler, sorter and grader. Cultivator, tiller of soil. Cup-bearer, server of drinks to nobility. Cupola man, operator of smelting furnaces. Cupper, practitioner of cupping therapy. Curator, keeper of collections. Curb maker, producer of well edges or street edging. Curer, preserver of foods. Currency dealer, trader in money. Courier, dresser of tanned leather. Cursitor, clerk issuing writs. Curtain maker, producer of window coverings. Cushion maker, producer of padded furnishings. Custom house officer, collector of import duties. Customs officer, border inspection official. Cutler, maker of knives and cutting tools. Cutter, pattern cutter or boat type. Cutting clerk, fabric pattern maker. Cycle maker, builder of bicycles. Cyclist, bicycle rider or messenger. Cymbal maker, producer of percussion instruments. Daguerreotypist, early photographer. Dairymaid, female dairy worker. Dairyman, operator of dairy farm. Damask weaver, producer of figured fabric. Dammer, builder of dams. Damsel, young unmarried woman or lady's maid. Dance master, teacher of dancing. Dancer, performer of dance. Dandy, Fob or canal boat worker. Day laborer, worker hired by the day. Deacon, church officer. Deaconess, female church officer. Dean, senior church or academic official. Death hunter, undertaker's assistant. Debt collector, recoverer of owed money. Decanter maker, producer of serving vessels. Deckhand, ship laborer. Decorator, applier of ornamental finishes. Decoy man, operator of bird traps. Delineator, technical drawer. Deliveryman, transporter of goods. Dentist, treater of teeth. Derrick man, operator of lifting apparatus. Designer, creator of plans and patterns. Desk maker, producer of writing furniture. Detective, investigator of crimes. Diamond cutter, shaper of gemstones. Diamond merchant, trader in gems. Diamond polisher, finisher of cut diamonds. Die caster, molder of metal objects. Die cutter, maker of cutting dies. Die sinker, engraver of metal dies. Dipper, dyer or bather. Director, manager or conductor. Disc jockey, phonograph record operator. Dish maker, producer of serving vessels. Dish turner, lathe worker making wooden dishes. Dispensary worker, preparer of medicines. Dispenser, distributor of medicines. Distiller, producer of spirits. Ditch digger, excavator of drainage channels. Diver, underwater worker. Dock hand, waterfront laborer. Dockmaster, supervisor of harbor facilities. Docker, loader and unloader of ships. Doctor, medical practitioner. Dog breaker, trainer of dogs. Dog breeder, raiser of dogs. Dog catcher, capturer of stray dogs. Dog fancier, breeder and exhibitor of dogs. Dog shearer, groomer of dogs. Dog trainer, teacher of dog behaviors. Dog walker, exerciser of dogs. Dolly mop, casual domestic worker. Domestic, household servant. Donkey boy, driver of donkeys. Donkey man, tender of steam engines. Doorkeeper, guardian of entrances. Doorman, attendant at building entrance. Dough maker, preparer of bread mixture. Dowser, diviner of underground water. Drafter, maker of technical drawings. Dragman, operator of dredging equipment. Dragoman, interpreter and guide. Dragoon, mounted infantryman. Drainer, layer of drainage systems. Draper, seller of cloth. Drawboy, assistant to weaver operating loom. Drawer, one who draws water, metals, or designs. Drawing master, teacher of drawing. Drayman, driver of heavy freight wagons. Dredger, excavator of waterways. Dressmaker, maker of women's clothing. Dresser, preparer of materials or surgical assistant. Driller, operator of drilling equipment. Dripping man, collector of meat fat. Drover, driver of livestock. Druggist, seller of medicines. Drum maker, producer of percussion instruments. Drummer, player of drums or traveling salesman. Dry cleaner, cleaner using chemical solvents. Dry goods merchant, seller of textiles. Dry salter, dealer in chemicals and dyestuffs. Duck breeder, raiser of ducks. Ductman, installer of ventilation ducts. Duke, highest rank of nobility below royalty. Dumb carter, hauler of animal waste. Dungeon keeper, jailer of prisoners. Dustman, garbage collector. Dyer, colorist of textiles. Dike builder, constructor of embankments. Dynamiter, user of explosives. Earthenware dealer, seller of pottery. Earthenware maker, producer of pottery. East India merchant, trader with Asia. Ebonist, worker in ebony. Ecclesiastic, church official. Edge tool maker, producer of cutting implements. Editor, preparer of publications. Eel catcher, harvester of eels. Egg candler, inspector of egg quality. Egg dealer, merchant of eggs. Elderberry picker, harvester of elderberries. Election clerk, administrator of voting. Electrician, installer of electrical systems. Electric light man, tender of electric lighting. Electrifier, installer of electric power. Electroplater, applier of metal coating. Electrotyper, maker of printing plates. Elevator boy, operator of lifts. Elocutionist, teacher of speech. Embalmer, preserver of corpses. Embosser, maker of raised designs. Embroiderer, decorator with needlework. Enameler, applier of glass coatings. Engine driver, operator of locomotives. Engine fitter, assembler of engines. Engine keeper, maintainer of engines. Engine stoker, fuel feeder for engines. Engine tenter, supervisor of engines. Engineer, designer or operator of machinery. Engraver, cutter of designs in hard materials. Ensign, junior naval officer or flag bearer. Entertainer, public performer. Equerry, royal horse attendant. Errand boy, messenger and runner. Estaminet keeper, operator of small cafe. Estate agent, seller and manager of property. Estimator, calculator of costs. Etcher, engraver using acid. Etui maker, producer of small cases. Evangelist, preacher of gospel. Examiner, tester or inspector. Excavator, digger of earth. Exchequer, royal financial officer. Exciseman, collector of excise taxes. Executioner, official performer of death sentences. Executor, administrator of estates. Express agent, operator of fast delivery. Expressman, fast delivery worker. I-servant, worker who performs only when watched. Factor, agent or manager. Factory hand, industrial worker. Factory operative, machine operator. Faggot maker, bundler of firewood. Faience maker, producer of glazed pottery. Falconer, trainer and handler of hunting birds. Fancy goods dealer, seller of decorative items. Fancy worker, producer of ornamental items. Fan maker, producer of cooling implements. Farcy vet, veterinarian treating horse disease. Farinarius, flour merchant. Farm bailiff, supervisor of farm operations. Farm hand, agricultural laborer. Farmer, cultivator of land. Farrier, horseshoer and equine surgeon. Fardingale maker, producer of hooped petticoats. Fashion designer, creator of clothing styles. Fashioner, shaper or designer. Fastener maker, producer of clasps and hooks. Fatting man, fattener of livestock. Faulkner, falconer. Feather bed maker, producer of bedding. Feather curler, preparer of decorative plumes. Feather dresser, cleaner and preparer of feathers. Feather merchant, dealer in feathers. Featherman, dealer in feathers and plumes. Feller, tree cutter. Fellmonger, dealer in animal hides. Felt maker, producer of matted wool fabric. Felt worker, processor of felt. Fencer, builder of fences or sword fighter. Fender maker, producer of fireplace guards. Fender smith, metal worker making fenders. Ferreter, hunter with ferrets. Ferry keeper, operator of ferry services. Ferryman, operator of ferry boats. Fettler, cleaner of castings or railway track maintainer. Feudist, scholar of feudal law. Fiddler, violin player. Field hand, agricultural laborer. Fifer, player of fife. Fig packer, preparer of dried figures. File cutter, maker of files. Filler, one who fills containers. Fillet cutter, maker of headbands. Film actor, movie performer. Filter, one who filters liquids. Finisher, final processor of goods. Fire beater, extinguisher of fires. Fire brigade man, firefighter. Fire brick maker, producer of heat-resistant bricks. Fire engine man, operator of fire pumps. Fire guard, fire watch person. Fireman, firefighter or engine stoker. Fire stoker, fuel tender. Firewood cutter, chopper of fuel wood. Firewood merchant, seller of fuel wood. Firework maker, producer of pyrotechnics. First mate, second officer on ship. Fish curer, preserver of fish. Fish dryer, preserver of fish. Fish hook maker, producer of fishing hooks. Fish merchant, trader in fish. Fish packer, preparer of preserved fish. Fish porter, carrier of fish. Fisherman, catcher of fish. Fishwife, female fish seller. Fitter, assembler or installer. Flag maker, producer of banners. Flagman, signal person. Flagger, layer of paving stones. Flagon maker, producer of serving vessels. Flail maker, producer of threshing tools. Flayman, ancient Roman priest. Flannel weaver, producer of soft wool fabric. Flask maker, producer of bottles. Flatman, operator of flat-bottomed boats. Flax carder, preparer of flax for spinning. Flax dresser, processor of flax fibers. Flax grower, cultivator of flax. Flax heckler, comber of flax. Flax merchant, dealer in flax. Flax spinner, thread maker from flax. Flax worker, processor of flax. Flea catcher, remover of fleas from beds. Fleece merchant, dealer in wool. Fletcher, arrow maker. Flesh hook maker, producer of meat hooks. Flesher, butcher or leather dresser. Flight attendant, airline cabin server. Floor cloth maker, producer of covering material. Floor layer, installer of flooring. Florist, seller and arranger of flowers. Flour dealer, merchant of milled grain. Flour miller, grinder of grain. Flower arranger, decorator with flowers. Flower girl, seller of flowers. Flower maker, producer of artificial flowers. Flowerer, embroiderer of floral designs. Fluesherman, cleaner of saws. Flute maker, producer of woodwind instruments. Fluter, maker of fluted edges. Flutist, player of flute. Fly boy, theatre assistant. Fly catcher, maker of fly traps. Fly driver, operator of light carriages. Fly maker, producer of fishing lures. Fly man, theatre stage hand. Flyman, driver of hackney carriage. Fodder dealer, seller of animal feed. Fogger, peddler or petty merchant. Foil maker, producer of thin metal sheets. Folder, one who folds materials. Folk singer, traditional song performer. Follower, attendant or servant. Font maker, caster of type. Food inspector, examiner of food quality. Food packer, preparer of preserved foods. Footboy, young male servant. Foot guard, infantry soldier. Foot messenger, walker carrying messages. Footpad, highway robber on foot. Footpost, walking postal carrier. Footman, male household servant. Footplate man, railway engine crew. Footwear maker, producer of shoes and boots. Forager, gatherer of provisions. Foreman, supervisor of workers. Forester, manager of forests. Forge hand, worker at forge. Forger, metal worker or counterfeiter. Fork maker, producer of pronged implements. Former, shaper of materials. Fortune teller, predictor of future events. Forwarding agent, shipping organizer. Fossil collector, gatherer of ancient remains. Foster mother, caretaker of children. Foundling keeper, caretaker of abandoned children. Foundryman, metal caster. Fountain keeper, maintainer of fountains. Fowler, hunter of birds. Frame maker, producer of structural frames. Framesmith, metal frame maker. Framer, maker of frames. Framework knitter, producer of knitted fabric. Freemason, member of fraternal order or stone worker. Freight handler, loader of cargo. Freighter, cargo ship operator. French polisher, applier of shellac finish. Fresco painter, mural artist. Friar, member of mendicant religious order. Fringe maker, producer of decorative trim. Friseur, hairdresser. Fritter, fritterer or maker of fried cakes. Frisette maker, producer of false hair pieces. Frock maker, producer of dresses. Frog maker, producer of fasteners or ornaments. Fruit dryer, preserver of fruit. Fruit grower, cultivator of fruit. Fruit merchant, trader in fruit. Fruit packer, preparer of fruit for sale. Fruit picker, harvester of fruit. Fruit sorter, grader of fruit. Fruiterer, fruit seller. Fuel dealer, seller of combustible materials. Fuller, cleaner and thickener of cloth. Fulling mill worker, cloth processor. Fumigator, applier of disinfecting smoke. Fundraiser, collector of charitable donations. Funeral director, manager of burial services. Funeral furnisher, provider of burial supplies. Funnel maker, producer of pouring vessels. Fur beater, cleaner of furs. Fur cutter, pattern cutter of pelts. Fur dealer, merchant of pelts. Fur dresser, preparer of pelts. Fur dyer, colorist of furs. Fur merchant, trader in pelts. Fur puller, remover of fur from pelts. Furnace keeper, tender of furnaces. Furnace man, operator of smelting furnaces. Furniture dealer, seller of furnishings. Furniture maker, producer of furnishings. Furniture polisher, finisher of wood furniture. Furniture remover, transporter of household goods. Furrier, dealer and worker in furs. Fustian cutter, cloth shearer. Fustian weaver, producer of cotton fabric. Gabardine maker, producer of coarse cloth. Gaffer, master glassblower or foreman. Gauger, excise officer. Galvanizer, applier of zinc coating. Gambler, professional game player. Game dealer, seller of wild meat. Gamekeeper, protector of hunting grounds. Gang boss, supervisor of work crew. Ganger, foreman of laborers. Garb maker, producer of clothing. Garbage collector, remover of waste. Gardener, cultivator of gardens. Garland maker, producer of wreaths. Garment cutter, pattern cutter of clothing. Garment worker, maker of clothing. Garneter, recycler of textile waste. Garret master, small workshop owner. Gasfitter, installer of gas pipes. Gas lamp lighter, lighter of street lamps. Gaslight man, operator of gas lighting. Gas maker, producer of coal gas. Gas stoker, fuel tender for gas production. Gas worker, laborer in gas production. Gatekeeper, guardian of gates. Gateman, operator of gates. Gate porter, gate attendant. Gatherer, collector or glasswork assistant. Gauger, measurer of cask capacity. Gazetteer, geographic dictionary compiler. Gelder, castrator of animals. Gem cutter, shaper of precious stones. Gem merchant, dealer in precious stones. Gem polisher, finisher of cut gems. Genealogist, tracer of family histories. General laborer, unskilled worker. General merchant, dealer in varied goods. General practitioner, medical doctor. Gentleman, man of good social position. Geographer, studier of Earth's surface. Geologist, studier of Earth's structure. Gilder, applier of gold leaf. Gilt leather maker, producer of gilded leather. Gimlet maker, producer of boring tools. Gin spinner, cotton gin operator. Gingerbread maker, baker of spiced cakes. Gin hour, engineer or machine operator. Girdler, belt maker. Girl Friday, general female assistant. Glass bender, shaper of glass. Glass blower, shaper of molten glass. Glass burner, maker of glass scientific apparatus. Glass coach builder, glazier of carriages. Glass cutter, shaper and engraver of glass. Glass dealer, seller of glassware. Glass engraver, decorator of glass. Glass etcher, decorator using acid. Glass eye maker, producer of artificial eyes. Glass grinder, smoother of glass. Glass maker, producer of glass. Glass merchant, dealer in glass. Glass painter, decorator of glass. Glass paper maker, producer of sandpaper. Glass polisher, finisher of glass. Glass silverer, applier of mirror backing. Glass stainer, colorist of glass. Glass worker, laborer in glass production. Glazier, installer of window glass. Gleaner woman, gatherer of leftover grain. Glove cutter, pattern cutter of gloves. Glove knitter, producer of knitted gloves. Glove maker, producer of gloves. Glove stitcher, sewer of gloves. Glue boiler, processor of animal glue. Glue maker, producer of adhesive. Glue pourer, applicator of adhesive. Gluer, applier of adhesive. Goat herd, tender of goats. Goblet maker, producer of drinking vessels. Godparent, sponsor at baptism. Gold banker, dealer in gold. Gold beater, flattener of gold leaf. Gold burnisher, polisher of gilding. Gold digger, miner of gold. Gold finer, purifier of gold. Gold lace maker, producer of gold thread trim. Gold leaf maker, producer of beaten gold. Gold miner, excavator of gold. Gold mounter, setter of gold objects. Gold polisher, finisher of gold items. Gold refiner, purifier of gold. Gold roller, flattener of gold. Gold washer, panner for gold. Gold wire drawer, maker of gold thread. Goldsmith, worker in gold. Gondolier, operator of Venetian boats. Gong farmer, emptier of privies. Gong scourer, cleaner of privies. Goose herd, tender of geese. Gossoon, male servant. Gown maker, producer of formal dresses. Governor, chief executive or tutor. Grabbler, face worker in coal mine. Grader, leveler of roads or sorter. Grain dealer. Merchant of cereals. Grain dryer, processor of grain. Grain measurer, quantity assessor of grain. Grain merchant, trader in cereals. Grain shoveler, loader of grain. Grainer, painter imitating wood grain. Granary keeper, manager of grain storage. Grange keeper, farm manager. Graver, engraver. Grease extractor, renderer of fats. Grease maker, producer of lubricants. Greaser, applier of lubricants. Greengrocer, seller of vegetables. Greenkeeper, maintainer of lawns and gardens. Griddle maker, producer of cooking surfaces. Grieve, farm overseer. Grinder, sharpener or miller. Grist miller, grinder of grain. Grocer, seller of food and household goods. Groom, horse tender or bridegroom. Groover, cutter of grooves. Groundkeeper, maintainer of grounds. Grout maker, producer of mortar. Guard, protector or watchman. Guardsman, soldier in guard regiment. Guide, leader or conductor. Guildmaster, head of trade association. Gilder, member of guild. Gun barrel maker, producer of firearm barrels. Gun finisher, final processor of firearms. Gun flint napper, maker of gun flints. Gun lock maker, producer of firing mechanisms. Gun maker, manufacturer of firearms. Gun metal founder, caster of bronze alloy. Gun stock maker, producer of wooden firearm parts. Gunner, artillery operator or hunter. Gunpowder maker, producer of explosives. Gunsmith, maker and repairer of firearms. Gutta percha maker, processor of rubber-like material. Gutter, slaughterer or cleaner of fish. Guy derrick man, crane operator. Gymnast, performer of physical exercises. Gypsum miner, excavator of gypsum. Haberdasher, seller of men's accessories. Hackler, comber of flax. Hackman, driver of hackney carriage. Hackney carriage driver, operator of hired carriage. Hackney coachman, driver of hired coach. Hair buyer, purchaser of human hair. Hair curler, styler of hair. Hairdresser, stylist and cutter of hair. Hair merchant, dealer in hair. Hair seating maker, producer of upholstery material. Hair weaver, maker of hair cloth. Hair worker, processor of hair. Halberdier, soldier armed with halberd. Half-timer, part-time worker, often child. Hall keeper, caretaker of halls. Haymaker, producer of harness parts. Hammer maker, producer of hammers. Hammerman, blacksmith striker. Hamper maker, producer of woven containers. Hand, worker or sailor. Handloom weaver, operator of manual loom. Hand riveter, fastener of metal. Handkerchief maker, producer of handkerchiefs. Handler, manager or trainer. Handyman, general repairer. Hanger, one who hangs things or executioner's assistant. Hansom cab driver, operator of two-wheeled carriage. Harbour master, supervisor of port. Hardener, treater making materials hard. Hardware dealer, seller of metal goods. Harlot, prostitute. Harness maker, producer of horse equipment. Harness mounter, assembler of harness hardware. Harper, harp player. Harpooner, whaler using harpoons. Harvester, gatherer of crops. Hatchel maker, producer of flax combs. Hatcheler, comber of flax. Hatchet maker, producer of small axes. Hatter, maker of hats. Haulier, transporter of goods. Hauling man, carrier of materials. Hawker, traveling seller. Haybinder, bundler of hay. Hay cutter, chopper of hay. Hay dealer, merchant of fodder. Haymaker, producer of dried grass. Hay measurer, quantity assessor of hay. Hay presser, compressor of hay bales. Hay trusser, bundler of hay. Hayward, hedge keeper or pound keeper. Head nurse, chief nursing supervisor. Heeled knitter, maker of weaving heddles. Heater, one who heats materials. Homemaker, producer of helmets. Heckler, comber of flax. Heddlemaker, producer of weaving equipment. Hedge layer, planter and maintainer of hedges. Hedger, trimmer of hedges. Heel maker, producer of shoe heels. Heel tapper, repairer of shoe heels. Hemp beater, processor of hemp fiber. Hemp dresser, preparer of hemp. Hemp grower, cultivator of hemp. Hemp heckler, comber of hemp. Hemp spinner, thread maker from hemp. Henchman, squire or follower. Hen wife, poultry keeper. Herald, officer of arms or announcer. Herbalist, dealer in medicinal plants. Herd, tender of animals. Herdsman, keeper of livestock. Hermit, religious recluse. Herring gutter, cleaner of herrings. Herring packer, preserver of herrings. Hewer, cutter or miner. Hide curer, preserver of animal skins. Hide dealer, merchant of skins. Hide dryer, processor of hides. Hide inspector, examiner of skins. Higgler, traveling dealer or haggler. Hill farmer, cultivator of upland farms. Hind, farm laborer or deer. Hinge maker, producer of door hardware. Hired man, general laborer. Whoremaker, maker of lace. Hobbler, person working with horses or boats. Hod carrier, transporter of bricks and mortar. Hodman, carrier for bricklayers. Homemaker, producer of farming tools. Hog drover, driver of swine. Hog reeve, keeper of swine. Hog ringer, installer of pig nose rings. Hogard, swineherd. Hogrelmaker, maker of hose or gaiters. Hogshead maker, cooper of large casks. Hoistman, operator of lifting equipment. Holster maker, producer of pistol cases. Honey dealer, merchant of honey. Hood maker, producer of hoods. Hook maker, producer of hooks. Hookah maker, producer of water pipes. Hoop bender, shaper of barrel hoops. Hoop maker, producer of barrel hoops. Hoop shaver, finisher of barrel hoops. Hooper, maker of hoops for barrels. Hop dryer, processor of hops. Hop factor, merchant of hops. Hop grower, cultivator of hops. Hop picker, harvester of hops. Horn blower, player of horn or signaller. Horn button maker, producer of buttons from horn. Horn maker, worker in animal horn. Horn presser, shaper of horn. Horn worker, craftsman in horn. Horner, worker in horn or spoon maker. Horsebreaker, tamer of horses. You are listening to a list of traditional occupations from the earliest times to around 1950. Horse clipper, groomer of horses. Horse collar maker, producer of harness part. Horse dealer, trader in horses. Horse hair curler, processor of horsehair. Horse keeper, caretaker of horses. Horse knave, groom. Horse leech, equine veterinarian. Horse marine, cavalryman serving on ship. Horse nail maker, producer of horseshoe nails. Horseman, rider or cavalry soldier. Hosier, maker or seller of hosiery. Hosiery worker, laborer in hosiery production. Hospital attendant, caretaker in medical facility. Hospital matron, senior female hospital administrator. Hospital nurse, medical caretaker. Hosteler, innkeeper or horsekeeper. Hostess, female host or innkeeper. Hostler, groom or stable keeper. Hot presser, ironer using heated implements. Hotel keeper, operator of hotel. Hourglass maker, producer of timing devices. House agent, property manager. Housebreaker, demolisher of buildings. House builder, constructor of houses. House carpenter, builder of houses. House cleaner, domestic cleaner. House decorator, painter and wallpaper hanger. House furnisher, provider of furniture. House joiner, finish carpenter. Housekeeper, manager of household. Housemaid, female domestic servant. House painter, applier of paint to buildings. House servant, domestic worker. House steward, manager of large household. House surgeon, resident hospital doctor. Housewife, manager of household. Hovel maker, builder of sheds. Howdy wife, midwife. Hoy man, operator of small coastal vessel. Huckster, peddler or hawker. Huissier, usher or bailiff. Huller, remover of hulls from grain. Hunter, pursuer of game. Hurdler, maker of woven fences. Hurrier, drawer of mine carts. Husbandman, farmer or manager. Hush shopkeeper, illegal liquor seller. Husk maker, producer of husks or coverings. Husker, remover of corn husks. Hydraulic engineer, designer of water systems. Ice cutter, harvester of ice. Ice dealer, merchant of ice. Ice house keeper, manager of ice storage. Iceman, deliverer of ice. Illuminator, decorator of manuscripts. Illustrator, creator of illustrations. Image maker, sculptor or painter. Implement dealer, seller of tools. Implement maker, producer of tools. Importer, merchant bringing goods from abroad. Impresario, theatrical manager. Imprinter, stamper or printer. Incense maker, producer of aromatic materials. Independent, nonconformist minister. Indentured servant, bonded laborer. India rubber worker, processor of rubber. Indigo dealer, merchant of blue dye. Indigo grower, cultivator of dye plant. Indigo maker, processor of blue dye. Industrial chemist, chemical processor. Infantry soldier, foot soldier. Informer, betrayer of criminals. Ingot maker, caster of metal bars. Ink maker, producer of writing fluid. Inkle weaver, producer of linen tape. Innkeeper, operator of inn. Inquisitor, religious investigator. Inspector, examiner or official overseer. Instructor, teacher. Instrument maker, producer of tools or musical devices. Insurance agent, seller of insurance. Insurance broker, agent for insurance. Intaglio cutter, engraver of sunken designs. Intelligence officer, gatherer of information. Interpreter, translator of speech. Invalid, disabled person. Inventor, creator of new devices. Investigator, researcher or detective. Iron founder, caster of iron. Iron master, owner of ironworks. Iron merchant, dealer in iron. Iron miner, excavator of iron ore. Ironmonger, dealer in metal goods. Iron molder, caster of iron objects. Iron roller, operator of rolling mill. Ironsmith, worker in iron. Ironside, soldier or strong person. Irrigator, provider of water to crops. Ivory carver, sculptor in ivory. Ivory cutter, worker in ivory. Ivory turner, lathe worker in ivory. Ivory worker, craftsman in ivory. Jailer, keeper of prisoners. Janitor, caretaker of building. Japanner, applier of lacquer finish. Jemmy maker, producer of burglar tools. Jerker, customs inspector. Jester, professional fool or entertainer. Jet miner, excavator of jet. Jet worker, craftsman in jet. Jewel case maker, producer of jewelry boxes. Jeweler, maker and seller of jewelry. Jewelry maker, producer of ornaments. Jig maker, producer of fishing lures or tools. Jockey, professional horse rider. Joiner, worker in wood joining. Jointer, planer of wood edges. Journeyman, qualified craftsman working for wages. Judge, legal decision maker. Juggler, performer juggling objects. Jurat, sworn officer or magistrate. Justice, magistrate or judge. Justice of the peace, local magistrate. Jute dresser, processor of jute fiber. Jute spinner, thread maker from jute. Jute weaver, producer of jute fabric. Jute worker, laborer in jute processing. Calcimine worker, applier of whitewash. Kedger, fish dealer or fisherman. Keel boy, coal barge worker. Keeler, bargeman. Keelman, operator of coal barge. Keep, castle guardian. Keeper, guardian or custodian. Keg maker, producer of small casks. Kennel keeper, manager of dog kennels. Kepper, catcher or receiver. Kersey weaver, producer of coarse woolen cloth. Kettle drummer, player of timpani. Kettle maker, producer of kettles. Key cutter, maker of duplicate keys. Key maker, producer of keys. Kill burner, operator of firing oven. Kill man, keeper of kill. Kimbler, comber of wool. Kindler, lighter of fires. King, sovereign ruler. King's messenger, royal courier. Kitchen boy, male kitchen servant. Kitchen hand, kitchen worker. Kitchen maid, female kitchen servant. Kitchener, cook or kitchen worker. Kite maker, producer of flying toys. Knacker, buyer of old horses or demolisher. Napper, flint shaper. Knee holly maker, producer of knee pads. Knife board boy, sharpener of knives. Knife cleaner, polisher of cutlery. Knife grinder, sharpener of knives. Knife maker, producer of knives. Knight, medieval warrior or titled person. Knitter, maker of knitted goods. Knitting machine worker, operator of knitting equipment. Knocker maker, producer of door knockers. Knocker up, waker of workers. Knopper, brass button maker. Laborer, manual worker. Lace buyer, purchaser of lace. Lace cleaner, washer of lace. Lace designer, creator of lace patterns. Lace drawer, finisher of lace. Lace maker, producer of decorative netting. Lace mender, repairer of lace. Lace runner, deliverer of lace. Lace worker, laborer in lace production. Lacer, fastener using laces. Lackey, footman or servant. Lacquer maker, producer of protective coating. Lacquerer, applier of lacquer. Ladder maker, producer of ladders. Ladle maker, producer of serving spoons. Lady, woman of high social rank. Lady's maid, personal female servant. Lagger, worker applying insulation. Laminator, applier of layers. Lamp black maker, producer of carbon black. Lamp lighter, lighter of street lamps. Lamp maker, producer of lamps. Lamp trimmer, maintainer of lamps. Lampooner, writer of satire. Lance corporal, junior military rank. Lancer, cavalry soldier with lance. Land agent, property manager. Land drainer, installer of field drainage. Land measurer, surveyor. Land steward, estate manager. Land surveyor, measurer of land. Land waiter, customs officer. Landing waiter, customs inspector at docks. Landlady, female property owner or innkeeper. Landlord, property owner or innkeeper. Landscape gardener, designer of gardens. Landscape painter, artist of scenery. Landsman, inexperienced sailor. Lanekeeper, maintainer of paths. Lantern maker, producer of portable lights. Lapidary, cutter and polisher of gems. Lapper, folder or wrapper. Lard refiner, processor of pig fat. Larder, pantry keeper. Last maker, producer of shoe forms. Laster, fitter of shoes to lasts. Latch maker, producer of door fasteners. Lath cleaver, splitter of thin wood. Lath maker, producer of thin wood strips. Lath render, plasterer on laths. Lath splitter, divider of thin wood. Lather, applier of lather or installer of laths. Lathe hand, operator of turning machine. Latiner, brass worker or latrine keeper. Launderer, washer of clothes. Laundress, female washer of clothes. Laundry maid, female laundry worker. Laundryman, male laundry worker. Lavender, washer or perfume maker. Law clerk, legal office worker. Law stationer, legal document supplier. Lawn keeper, maintainer of grass. Lawyer, legal practitioner. Layer, installer or arranger. Layman, non-cleric or non-professional. Lead burner, joiner of lead. Lead caster, molder of lead. Lead glazier, installer of leaded windows. Lead merchant, dealer in lead. Lead miner, excavator of lead ore. Lead pencil maker, producer of pencils. Lead refiner, purifier of lead. Lead smelter, processor of lead ore. Lead worker, craftsman in lead. Leader, guide or conductor. Leader writer, editorial writer. Leaf sweeper, cleaner of fallen leaves. Leaser, gleaner. Leather beater, softener of leather. Leather belt maker, producer of leather belts. Leather breeches maker, producer of leather pants. Leather buffer, polisher of leather. Leather burner, decorator of leather. Leather cutter, pattern cutter of leather. Leather dealer, merchant of leather. Leather dresser, preparer of leather. Leather dyer, colorist of leather. Leather embosser, decorator of leather. Leather finisher, final processor of leather. Leather gilder, applier of gold to leather. Leather merchant, trader in leather. Leather parer, thinner of leather. Leather picker, sorter of hides. Leather seller, vendor of leather. Leather stamper, decorator of leather. Leather tanner, converter of hides to leather. Leather worker, craftsman in leather. Leatherette maker, producer of artificial leather. Leech, physician. Leg maker, producer of wooden legs. Legal advisor, lawyer. Legate, papal representative. Legger, canal tunnel walker. Legionary, soldier in legion. Letender, operator of glass annealing oven. Lemon dealer. Merchant of lemons. Lender, provider of loans. Lens grinder, shaper of optical glass. Lens maker, producer of lenses. Letter carrier, postal deliverer. Letter cutter, stone carver of inscriptions. Letter founder, caster of type. Letter press printer, relief printer. Letter sorter, organizer of mail. Letterist, typist or scribe. Letterman, scholar or mail carrier. Leverman, operator of levers. Librettist, writer of opera text. Licensed victualler, authorized seller of food and drink. Lick trough maker, producer of salt containers for animals. Lictor, Roman official or attendant. Lieutenant, military officer. Lifeguard, protector or elite soldier. Lifeguard, swimmer rescuer. Liftman, elevator operator. Lighterman, operator of cargo barge. Lighthouse keeper, tender of lighthouse. Lightning conductor fitter, installer of lightning rods. Lightsman, lamp tender. Lime burner, producer of quicklime. Lime merchant, dealer in lime. Limekill man, operator of lime kill. Limner, painter or illuminator. Limpet gatherer, collector of shellfish. Linen armorer, keeper of household linens. Linen bleacher, whitener of linen. Linen draper, seller of linen cloth. Linen finisher, final processor of linen. Linen manufacturer, producer of linen. Linen merchant, trader in linen. Linen weaver, producer of linen cloth. Linen worker, laborer in linen production. Liner, drawer of lines or ship worker. Linguist, speaker of languages. Link boy, torch bearer. Linkman, torch carrier or golf caddy. Linker, connector or sausage maker. Linoleum layer, installer of floor covering. Linotype operator, compositor using linotype machine. Linseed crusher, processor of flaxseed. Linseed oil maker, producer of flaxseed oil. Linsey woolsey weaver, producer of linen wool fabric. Linstock maker, producer of match holders for cannon. Lister, dyer or border maker. Lithographer, printer from stone. Lithographic printer, stone plate printer. Litter bearer, carrier of sedan chair. Little farmer, small holder. Liver, resident. Livery servant, uniformed servant. Liveryman, member of city guild. Living-in servant, resident servant. Llama driver, handler of llamas. Loader, filler of cargo. Loadsman, pilot or navigator. Loan agent, arranger of loans. Lobster catcher, harvester of lobsters. Lobster merchant, dealer in lobsters. Lock keeper, operator of canal locks. Lockmaker, producer of locks. Locksmith, maker and repairer of locks. Loco cleaner, washer of locomotives. Locomotive driver, operator of railway engine. Locomotive engineer, railway engine operator. Locomotive fireman, fuel tender on railway engine. Lodging house keeper, operator of boarding house. Loftman, warehouse worker in upper story. Log driver, floater of timber. Logger, timber cutter. Longshoreman, dock worker. Looking glass maker, producer of mirrors. Loom fixer, repairer of weaving machines. Loom maker, builder of weaving machines. Loom overlooker, supervisor of weavers. Loom tuner, adjuster of weaving machines. Looper, maker of loops or braiding machine operator. Lord, nobleman or master. Lorimer, maker of horse bits and metal harness parts. Loriker, harness maker. Lottery agent, seller of lottery tickets. Lottery keeper, operator of lottery. Louse catcher, remover of lice. Lumper, dock laborer or coal handler. Lunatic keeper, caretaker of insane. Lungs, alchemist's assistant operating bellows. Lawer, law maker. Lute maker, producer of stringed instruments. Lute string maker, producer of instrument strings. Lyceum keeper, operator of lecture hall. Macebearer, ceremonial staff carrier. Machine fitter, installer of machinery. Machine hand, factory machine operator. Machine maker, builder of machinery. Machine man, operator of machinery. Machine minder, supervisor of machines. Machine printer, textile printer using machines. Machine ruler, maker of ruled lines by machine. Machinist, operator or maker of machines. Magazine keeper, manager of ammunition storage. Magistrate, judicial official. Maid, female domestic servant. Maid of all work, general female servant. Mail carrier, postal deliverer. Mail clerk, postal worker. Mail contractor, postal service operator. Mail guard, protector of postal deliveries. Mail sorter, organizer of postal items. Mainer, manual laborer. Maintainer, keeper or repairer. Major, military officer rank. Maker, producer or manufacturer. Maker-up, finisher or packager. Mail maker, maker of trunks or bags. Malt maker, producer of germinated grain. Malt mill worker, miller of malt. Malt roaster, processor of malt. Malt shoveler, loader of malt. Maltster, maker of malt. Man, adult male person. Man cook, male food preparer. Man milliner, male hat maker. Manager, supervisor or director. Manciple, steward or buyer of provisions. Mandarin, Chinese official. Mangle keeper, operator of clothes pressing machine. Mangle woman, operator of pressing rollers. Mangler, operator of pressing machine. Manicurist, nail beautifier. Manila dealer, merchant of rope fiber. Mantilla maker, producer of lace veils. Mantle maker, producer of cloaks. Mantua maker, dressmaker. Manual laborer, physical worker. Manufacturer, producer of goods. Manure dealer, seller of fertilizer. Manuscript illuminator, decorator of handwritten books. Map colorer, painter of maps. Map maker, cartographer. Map mounter, attacher of maps to backing. Marble cutter, shaper of marble. Marble mason, worker in marble. Marble polisher, finisher of marble. Marble quarrier, excavator of marble. Marble worker, craftsman in marble. Marbler, decorator with marbled patterns. Mariner, sailor. Marine engineer, ship's machinery operator. Marine store dealer, buyer of ship's salvage. Marker, one who marks or scorer. Market gardener, grower of vegetables for sale. Market man, seller in market. Market porter, carrier in market. Market woman, female market seller. Marman, clay digger. Marmalade maker, producer of fruit preserve. Marquis, nobleman below duke. Marshal, officer of law or ceremony. Mash tub man, brewery worker. Mashman, brewery worker. Mason, worker in stone. Mast maker, builder of ship masts. Master, employer or teacher. Master baker, head baker. Master mariner, ship's captain. Mastic maker, producer of resin cement. Mat maker, weaver of mats. Matchbox maker, producer of match containers. Match girl, female match seller. Matchmaker, producer of matches or marriage arranger. Match seller, vendor of matches. Match splint maker, producer of match sticks. Mate, assistant or naval officer. Mathematical instrument maker, producer of measuring tools. Matron, married woman or female superintendent. Mattock maker, producer of digging tools. Mattress maker, producer of bedding. Maul maker, maker of hammers. Mayor, chief municipal official. Mayoress, wife of mayor or female mayor. Mead maker, producer of honey wine. Mealman, dealer in grain or flour. Measurer, assessor of quantity. Meat curer, preserver of meat. Meat inspector, examiner of meat quality. Meat merchant, dealer in meat. Meat packer, processor of preserved meat. Meat porter, carrier of meat. Meat salesman, seller of meat. Mechanic, skilled worker with machines. Mechanical dentist, maker of artificial teeth. Mechanical engineer, designer of machinery. Mechanician, maker of machines. Medal engraver, cutter of commemorative discs. Medal. Maker, producer of medals. Medallion maker, producer of decorative discs. Medical officer, physician in official capacity. Medical practitioner, doctor. Medicine vendor, seller of remedies. Menagerie keeper, caretaker of animal collections. Mender, repairer. Mendicant, beggar. Mercer, dealer in textiles. Mercery dealer, seller of small goods. Merchant, trader. Merchant seaman, sailor on commercial vessel. Merchant tailor, tailor and cloth merchant. Mercury gilder, applier of gold using mercury. Messman, meal provider. Messenger, carrier of messages. Metal beater, worker shaping metal. Metal broker, dealer in metals. Metal merchant, trader in metals. Metal polisher, finisher of metal. Metal refiner, purifier of metals. Metal roller, operator of rolling mill. Metal spinner, shaper of metal by spinning. Metal stamper, decorator or marker of metal. Metal turner, lathe worker in metal. Metal worker, craftsman in metals. Metalsmith, worker in metals. Metallurgist, processor of metals. Meter maker, producer of measuring instruments. Metropolitan, archbishop or city dweller. Mews keeper, manager of stables. Midshipman, naval officer in training. Midwife, assistant at childbirth. Military officer, commissioned soldier. Milker, extractor of milk from animals. Milkmaid, female dairy worker. Milkman, deliverer of milk. Milk peddler, traveling seller of milk. Milk seller, vendor of milk. Milk tester, examiner of milk quality. Mill engineer, machinery maintainer at mill. Mill girl, female mill worker. Mill hand, mill worker. Mill owner, proprietor of mill. Mill sawyer, lumber cutter. Mill worker, laborer in mill. Millenarian, believer in millennium. Miller, operator of grinding mill. Milliner, maker and seller of hats. Milling machine operator, worker using milling equipment. Millstone dresser, sharpener of millstones. Millstone maker, producer of grinding stones. Miner, excavator of minerals. Mine host, innkeeper. Mine sinker, digger of mine shafts. Mineral dealer, seller of minerals. Mineral water manufacturer, producer of carbonated beverages. Mining engineer, designer of mining operations. Minister, clergyman or government official. Minstrel, traveling musician. Mint master, supervisor of coin production. Minter, maker of coins. Mirror maker, producer of mirrors. Mirror silverer, applier of reflective backing. Missionary, religious converter. Mistress, female head of household or teacher. Mitre maker, producer of joints or headwear. Mixer, blender of materials. Moat man, maintainer of defensive ditches. Model maker, producer of miniatures or patterns. Modeler, shaper of models. Modiste, fashion designer. Mohair worker, processor of goat hair. Mole catcher, trapper of moles. Monastery keeper, caretaker of monastery. Money broker, dealer in currency. Money changer, exchanger of currency. Money lender, provider of loans. Money scrivener, writer of financial documents. Monger, dealer or seller. Monk, male member of religious order. Monkey, pile driver assistant or boy servant. Monumental mason, carver of monuments. Moonshiner, illegal distiller. Moorkeeper, guardian of moorland. Mop maker, producer of cleaning tools. Morning man, worker on early shift. Mosaic worker, maker of tile designs. Mother of pearl worker, craftsman in shell. Motion man, puppet operator. Motor car driver, automobile operator. Motor engineer, automobile mechanic. Motorman, streetcar operator or motor operator. Motorist, automobile driver. Mold maker, producer of casting forms. Molder, shaper or caster. Mounter, assembler or framer. Mourning coach driver, operator of funeral carriage. Mourning dress maker, producer of funeral clothing. Mourning hat maker, producer of funeral headwear. Mouse trap maker, producer of traps. Mover, transporter or proposer. Mudlark, scavenger of river mud. Mudwaller, laborer mixing mortar. Muffin baker, producer of small cakes. Muffin man, seller of muffins. Muleteer, driver of mules. Mule spinner, operator of spinning machine. Muller, grinder or mixer. Mummer, masked performer. Municipal laborer, city worker. Munition maker, producer of military supplies. Muranger, maintainer of city walls. Museum curator, keeper of museum collections. Museum keeper, caretaker of museum. Music box maker, producer of mechanical music devices. Music copyist, transcriber of musical scores. Music dealer, seller of music. Music engraver, cutter of music plates. Music master, teacher of music. Music printer, publisher of musical scores. Music publisher, issuer of musical works. Music seller, vendor of sheet music. Music teacher, instructor in music. Musical instrument maker, producer of instruments. Musician, player of music. Musket maker, manufacturer of firearms. Musketeer, soldier armed with musket. Muslin manufacturer, producer of fine cotton. Muslin weaver, maker of cotton fabric. Mustard maker, producer of condiment. Mutton monger, seller of sheep meat. Nailer, maker of nails. Nail cutter, maker of cut nails. Nail rod roller, processor of wire for nails. Nanny, children's nurse. Napperer, keeper of table linen. Naphtha worker, processor of volatile liquid. Napkin folder, preparer of table linen. Navigator, sailor or canal digger. Navvy, laborer on canals or railways. Navy agent, supplier to naval vessels. Neat herder, cattle tender. Neck stamper, decorator of metal. Neckcloth maker, producer of neckwear. Necromancer, practitioner of magic. Needle filer, smoother of needles. Needle maker, producer of sewing needles. Needle pointer, sharpener of needles. Needlewoman, seamstress. Needle worker, embroiderer or saw. Net braider, maker of nets. Net maker, producer of netting. Net mender, repairer of nets. Netter, maker or mender of nets. Nettlecloth maker, weaver of nettle fiber fabric. Newsagent, seller of newspapers. Newsboy, male newspaper vendor. News carrier, deliverer of newspapers. Newspaper compositor, typesetter for newspapers. Newspaper editor, director of newspaper. Newspaper proprietor, owner of newspaper. Newspaper reporter, gatherer of news. Newspaper seller, vendor of newspapers. Newswriter, journalist. Nightman, emptier of cesspools or night worker. Night nurse, medical attendant on night duty. Night soil man, collector of human waste. Night watchman, nocturnal guard. Nipper, boy assistant or cord maker. Knob thatcher, wig maker. Nobleman, man of noble rank. Nonce housekeeper, brothel keeper. Nonconformist minister, dissenting clergyman. Notary, witness of documents. Notary public, official certifier of documents. Notion dealer, seller of small items. Novelist, writer of fiction. Nun, female member of religious order. Nunnery keeper, manager of convent. Nurse, caretaker of sick or children. Nurse girl, young female caretaker. Nursemaid, children's nurse. Nursery governess, teacher of young children. Nurseryman, grower of plants. Nursing sister, female medical caretaker. Nut gatherer, collector of nuts. Nut merchant, dealer in nuts. Oakum picker, unpicker of old rope. Oar maker, producer of rowing implements. Oarsman, rower. Oat dealer, merchant of oats. Oatmeal dealer, seller of oatmeal. Oatmeal miller, grinder of oats. Obi woman, practitioner of magic. Observer, watcher or scientific observer. Occasional laborer, irregular worker. Occupier, tenant or inhabitant. Oceanographer, studier of oceans. Ochre dealer, merchant of pigment. Odd job man, general laborer. Odor tester, quality controller of perfumes. Off-bearer, assistant removing items from machine. Office boy, male office assistant. Office clerk, clerical worker. Office keeper, building caretaker. Officer, official or military commander. Official, holder of office. Oil and color man, dealer in oils and paints. Oil boiler, processor of oil. Oil cake crusher, processor of oil seed residue. Oil cloth maker, producer of treated fabric. Oil crusher, processor extracting oil. Oil dealer, merchant of oils. Oil extractor, processor removing oil. Oil merchant, trader in oils. Oil miller, grinder extracting oil. Oil presser, extractor of oil. Oil refiner, purifier of oils. Oilman, seller of oils. Oiler, applier of lubricants. Ointment maker, producer of salves. Old clothes dealer, seller of used clothing. Old iron dealer, merchant of scrap iron. Olive grower, cultivator of olives. Olive oil merchant, dealer in olive oil. Omnibus conductor, ticket collector on bus. Omnibus driver, operator of bus. Opal cutter, shaper of gemstones. Opal worker, processor of opals. Opera dancer, theatrical dancer. Opera glass maker, producer of small binoculars. Opera singer, vocalist in opera. Operative, factory worker. Operative chemist, practical chemist. Opium dealer, merchant of narcotic. Optician, maker of optical instruments. Orator, public speaker. Orchard keeper, manager of fruit trees. Orchardist, fruit grower. Orderly, hospital attendant or military assistant. Ordnance surveyor, mapmaker for military. Ore crusher, grinder of metallic rocks. Ore roaster, processor of ore. Organ blower, wind provider for organ. Organ builder, maker of pipe organs. Organ grinder, street musician with barrel organ. Organ maker, producer of musical organs. Organist, player of organ. Oriental warehouseman, dealer in Eastern goods. Ornament maker, producer of decorative items. Ornamental painter, decorator with designs. Ornamental plasterer, decorator in plaster. Orphan keeper, caretaker of orphans. Osteopath, bone setter. Ostler, stable hand. Otter hunter, pursuer of otters. Ottoman maker, producer of upholstered seats. Outfitter, supplier of equipment or clothing. Outdoor laborer, outside worker. Outdoor officer, customs inspector. Outer, cleaner of machinery. Outrigger maker, producer of boat extensions. Outworker, worker outside factory. Oven builder, constructor of ovens. Oven man, operator of ovens. Overman, mine supervisor. Overseer, supervisor. Overler, shepherd. owner, proprietor. Ox driver, handler of oxen. Oxen feeder, tender of oxen. Ox herd, keeper of oxen. Oyster catcher, harvester of oysters. Oyster dealer, merchant of oysters. Oyster dredger, gatherer of oysters. Oyster man, seller of oysters. Oyster opener, preparer of oysters. Pace egger, Easter time performer. Packer, preparer of goods for shipping. Packman, traveling peddler. Pack thread spinner, maker of strong thread. Pad maker, producer of padding or saddles. Paddler, worker in iron puddling furnace. Padlock maker, producer of portable locks. Page, boy servant or attendant. Pageant master, director of spectacles. Pail maker, producer of buckets. Pain maker, bread maker. Painter, applier of paint or artist. Painter and glazier, applier of paint and glass. Painter stainer, decorator with paint. Palace keeper, caretaker of royal residence. Palfrey man, keeper of saddle horses. Paling man, maker of fences. Palletier, straw dealer. Palm oil dealer, merchant of palm oil. Pamphleteer, writer of pamphlets. Pan maker, producer of cooking vessels. Pannier maker, producer of baskets. Panicker, roofing tile maker or slater. Pantile maker, producer of roofing tiles. Pantler, keeper of pantry. Pantographer, copier using pantograph. Pantry boy, male pantry servant. Paper carrier, deliverer of newspapers. Paper cutter, trimmer of paper. Paper hanger, applier of wallpaper. Paper maker, producer of paper. Paper marbler, decorator of paper. Paper merchant, dealer in paper. Paper mill worker, laborer in paper production. Paper ruler, maker of ruled lines on paper. Paper sorter, grader of paper. Paper stainer, decorator of paper. Papyrus maker, producer of writing material. Parachute maker, producer of descent devices. Paraffin refiner, processor of wax. Parchment maker, producer of writing material. Pardoner, seller of indulgences. Parish clerk, assistant to parish priest. Park keeper, maintainer of parks. Park ranger, guardian of parklands. Parlour maid, female drawing room servant. Parochial schoolmaster, church school teacher. Parson, parish priest. Passage keeper, maintainer of passages. Passenger agent, booking clerk. Pasteboard maker, producer of cardboard. Pastemaker, producer of adhesive or food paste. Pasteurizer, sterilizer of liquids. Pastry cook, baker of pastries. Patent agent, lawyer for inventions. Paternoster maker, rosary maker. Path keeper, maintainer of footpaths. Pathologist, studier of diseases. Patinator, applier of patina. Patron worker, hawker. Pattern card maker, producer of sample cards. Pattern drawer, creator of designs. Pattern maker, producer of molds or designs. Patterner, creator of designs. Pattern weaver, maker of figured fabrics. Pattern maker, producer of overshoes. Pavior, layer of paving. Paving contractor, builder of paved surfaces. Pawnbroker, lender on pledged goods. Pay clerk, wages distributor. Paymaster, wages distributor. Pea gatherer, harvester of peas. Peace officer, law enforcement official. Pearl button maker, producer of buttons from shell. Pearl diver, underwater gatherer of pearls. Pearl fisher, gatherer of pearls. Pearl merchant, dealer in pearls. Pearl worker, processor of pearls. Pearl ash maker, producer of potassium carbonate. Peasant, rural laborer. Peat cutter, excavator of peat. Peat dealer, merchant of peat fuel. Pebblender, public building worker. Peddler, traveling seller. Pedometer maker, producer of step counters. Peeler, police officer or fruit skinner. Peg maker, producer of wooden pins. Pelican worker, dental tool maker. Peliparius, skinner or furrier. Pelterer, dealer in skins. Peltmonger, dealer in pelts. Pen cutter, maker of quill pens. Pen holder maker, producer of pen grips. Pen knife maker, producer of small knives. Pen maker, producer of writing instruments. Pencil maker, producer of writing implements. Pensioner, recipient of pension. Pepper grinder, miller of pepper. Pepper merchant, dealer in pepper. Perambulator maker, producer of baby carriages. Percussionist, player of percussion instruments. Peregrinator, traveler or pilgrim. Perfumer, maker or seller of perfumes. Periodical dealer, seller of magazines. Periwinkle seller, vendor of sea snails. Perpetuana maker, maker of durable wool fabric. Peruquier, wig maker. Pest controller, destroyer of vermin. Pestler, baker using pestle. Petardier, military explosive specialist. Peterman, fisherman or safe cracker. Petticoat maker, producer of undergarments. Pew opener, church usher. Pewter caster, moulder of pewter objects. Pewter smith, worker in pewter. Pewterer, maker of pewter vessels. Pharmacist, preparer of medicines. Pharmaceutical chemist, medicine preparer. Phlebotomist, blood letter. Photographer, maker of photographs. Photographic artist, portrait photographer. Photogravure printer, photomechanical printer. Phrenologist, reader of skull shapes. Physician, medical doctor. Physiognomist, face reader. Physiotherapist, physical treatment specialist. Pianist, piano player. Pianoforte maker, producer of pianos. Piano key maker, producer of piano keys. Piano tuner, adjuster of piano pitch. Pick maker, producer of digging tools. Picker, gatherer or textile worker. Pickfork maker, producer of pitchforks. Pickle dealer, seller of preserved foods. Pickleman, maker or seller of pickles. Pickpocket, petty thief. Piecebroker, agent selling whole cloth. Piecer, joiner of broken threads. Pier keeper, maintainer of jetties. Pierman, dock worker. Piermaster, supervisor of pier. Pig dealer, merchant of swine. Pig drover, driver of pigs. Pig jobber, pig dealer. Pig killer, slaughterer of swine. Pigeon flyer, racer of pigeons. Pig gelder, castrator of pigs. Pigman, pig keeper. Pike keeper, toll collector. Pikeman, soldier with pike or toll collector. Pilch weaver, maker of outer garments. Pile driver, operator of piling equipment. Pilgrim, religious traveler. Pill maker, producer of medicine pills. Pillar maker, producer of columns. Pillow case maker, producer of pillow covers. Pilot, ship navigator or guide. Pin maker, producer of pins. Pin monkey, pin setter in bowling. Pinpointer, sharpener of pins. Pinder, pound keeper. Pinner, pin maker or cap maker. Pinner up, one who pins up. Pintle maker, producer of hinge pins. Pioneer, military engineer or settler. Pipe burner, maker of clay pipes. Pipe layer, installer of pipes. Pipe maker, producer of smoking pipes or tubes. Piper, player of pipes. Pistol maker, producer of handguns. Pitchfork maker, producer of hay forks. Pitman, coal miner. Plasser, gold panner. Plaid stamper, decorator of tartan. Planer, smoother of surfaces. Plasterer, applier of plaster. Plait maker, weaver of braids. Plater, braider. Plane maker, producer of woodworking tools. Planer, smoother of wood or metal. Planet ruler, maker of ruled paper. Plank maker, sawyer of timber. Plank splitter, divider of wood. Planter, cultivator or colonist. Plate armor maker, producer of metal armor. Plate glass maker, producer of flat glass. Plate layer, installer of railway tracks. Plate maker, producer of printing plates or dishes. Plate printer, engraved plate printer. Plate worker, metal worker. Plater, applier of metal coating or dish maker. Platform man, railway worker. Platina worker, worker in platinum. Platter, flat plate maker. Play actor, theatrical performer. Player, actor or musician. Playmaker, dramatist. Playwright, writer of plays. Pleacher, hedge layer. Plowman, field cultivator. Plowright, plow maker. Plumber, installer of pipes. Plumbum worker, lead worker. Plush weaver, maker of rich fabric. Pneumatic tool operator, user of air-powered tools. Poacher, illegal hunter. Pocket book maker, producer of wallets. Pocket maker, saw of pockets. Poet, writer of verse. Point maker, producer of lace or tagged laces. Pointer, director or setter of type. Point maker, needle pointer. Point man, railway switchman. Pole lathe turner, wood turner using foot-powered lathe. Pole puller, remover of hops from poles. Poleman, surveyor's assistant. Police constable, law enforcement officer. Police inspector, senior police officer. Police magistrate, judge of petty offences. Police officer, law enforcer. Police sergeant, police supervisor. Policeman, male law enforcement officer. Policewoman, female law enforcement officer. Policy writer, insurance document preparer. Polish maker, producer of polishing substances. Polisher, finisher of surfaces. Political agent, election organizer. Poll clerk, voting recorder. Ponderator, weigher. Pontage collector, bridge toll collector. Pont builder, bridge builder. Pony boy, boy working with ponies. Pony driver, handler of pit ponies. Poor relief officer, administrator of welfare. Pope, head of Catholic Church. Poplin weaver, maker of ribbed fabric. Porcelain dealer, merchant of fine pottery. Porcelain maker, producer of fine pottery. Porcelain painter, decorator of pottery. Pork butcher, slaughterer and seller of pork. Pork dealer, merchant of pork. Pork pie maker, producer of meat pies. Porter, carrier or doorkeeper. Porter brewer, maker of dark beer. Portionist, holder of benefice. Portland cement maker, producer of hydraulic cement. Portmanteau maker, producer of traveling cases. Portrait painter, artist of likenesses. Portraitist, portrait artist. Posse, member of law enforcement group. Postboy, mail carrier or stable boy. Postmaster, superintendent of post office. Post office clerk, postal worker. Postage stamp dealer, seller of stamps. Postal clerk, post office worker. Postal telegraph messenger, deliverer of telegrams. Postillion, horse team driver. Postman, mail deliverer. Postmistress, female postal superintendent. Potash maker, producer of potassium carbonate. Pot boy, tavern assistant. Pot hawker, peddler of pots. Pot maker, producer of pottery. Pot mender, repairer of pots. Potato dealer, merchant of potatoes. Potato digger, harvester of potatoes. Pot hauler, lobster trap operator. Potter, maker of pottery. Pottery dealer, seller of pottery. Pottery gilder, decorator of pottery. Pottery painter, decorator of pottery. Pottery printer, decorator of pottery. Pouch maker, producer of small bags. Poulterer, dealer in poultry. Poultice maker, preparer of medicinal applications. Poultry dealer, merchant of fowl. Poultry dresser, preparer of fowl for sale. Poultry farmer, raiser of domestic birds. Poultry man, keeper of poultry. Pound keeper, manager of animal pound. Pounder, keeper of pound or crusher. Powder maker, producer of gunpowder. Powder man, explosives worker. Powder monkey, boy carrying gunpowder. Power loom weaver, operator of mechanical loom. Power press operator, user of mechanical press. Practical chemist, applied chemist. Practitioner, professional worker. Prefectus, Roman official. Preacher, deliverer of sermons. Precentor, leader of church singing. Precious stone cutter, shaper of gems. Precious stone dealer, merchant of gems. Precious stone polisher, finisher of gems. Predial slave, agricultural slave. Prelate, high church official. Preparator, preparer of specimens. Presbyterian minister, Reformed church pastor. Presser, applier of pressure or ironer. Pressman, printer or journalist. Priest, ordained religious minister. Primicerius, chief clerk. Primitive Methodist minister, nonconformist preacher. Prince, royal son or sovereign. Princess, royal daughter or sovereign. Principal, head or chief. Print cutter, engraver of printing blocks. Print seller, vendor of prints. Printer, producer of printed materials. Printer's compositor, typesetter. Printer's devil, printer's apprentice. Printer's reader, proofreader. Printing machine manager, supervisor of printing press. Prior, head of priory. Prioress, female head of priory. Prison guard, keeper of prisoners. Prison matron, female prison supervisor. Prison officer, custodian of prisoners. Prison warder, guard of prisoners. Prisoner, confined person. Private, common soldier. Private detective, hired investigator. Private secretary, personal assistant. Privateer, licensed pirate. Prize fighter, professional boxer. Probation officer, supervisor of offenders. Process engraver, maker of printing plates. Process server, deliverer of legal writs. Procurator, agent or manager. Proctor, university disciplinarian or legal agent. Procurator fiscal, Scottish public prosecutor. Producer, manager of production. Professor, university teacher. Projectionist, operator of film equipment. Promenade attendant, supervisor at public walk. Prompter, theatrical cue giver. Proofreader, corrector of printed text. Prop man, theatrical property manager. Prophet. Religious predictor. Prospector, mineral searcher. Prostitute, seller of sexual services. Prothanatary, chief clerk. Provand master, supplier of provisions. Provender merchant, dealer in animal feed. Provider, supplier. Provincial, member of religious province. Provision curer, preserver of foods. Provision dealer, merchant of food supplies. Provision merchant, trader in foodstuffs. Provisioner, supplier of provisions. Provost, chief magistrate or military officer. Provost marshal, military police chief. Prowler, night thief. Pruner, trimmer of plants. Psalmodist, singer of psalms. Psalter maker, producer of psalm books. Public analyst, official examiner. Public executioner, official executioner. Public housekeeper, tavern operator. Public notary, official certifier. Publican, innkeeper or tax collector. Publisher, issuer of publications. Pudding wife, seller of puddings. Puddler, iron refiner. Pugilist, boxer. Pulley maker, producer of pulleys. Pullman conductor, sleeping car attendant. Pulp maker, processor of paper pulp. Pulverizer, grinder. Pump attendant, gas station worker. Pump boring engineer, well driller. Pump maker, producer of pumps. Pumper, operator of pumps. Punch cutter, engraver of metal dies. Punch maker, producer of stamping tools. Puncheon maker, cooper of large casks. Punster, maker of puns. Pupil teacher, student teacher. Puppeteer, operator of puppets. Puppet maker, producer of puppets. Purifier, cleaner or refiner. Purser, ship's financial officer. Purveyor, supplier. Puzzler, lace maker. Putcher fisherman, fisherman using basket traps. Putter, coal mine laborer. Pyrotechnist, fireworks maker. Quack, fraudulent doctor. Quadrant maker, producer of navigation instruments. Quarrel picker, picker of quarrels for arrows. Quarrier, excavator of stone. Quarryman, stone excavator. Quartermaster, military supply officer. Quartermaster sergeant, military supply supervisor. Key laborer, dock worker. Key porter, dock carrier. Queen, female monarch or sovereign's wife. Querenter, complaint office holder. Quern maker, producer of hand mills. Questman, church warden. Quill driver, clerk or writer. Quill pen maker, producer of feather pens. Quilt maker, producer of padded covers. Quilter, maker of quilts. Choir maker, paper assembler. Quiristers, choir members. Quister, bleacher. Rabbi, Jewish religious teacher. Rabbit breeder, raiser of rabbits. Rabbit catcher, trapper of rabbits. Rabbit dealer, merchant of rabbits. Racehorse trainer, conditioner of racehorses. Race walker, competitive walker. Racer, competitive runner or driver. Rack maker, producer of frameworks. Racker, racker or tormentor. Racket maker, producer of tennis implements. Rag and bone man, collector of refuse. Rag collector, gatherer of scraps. Rag cutter, shredder of cloth scraps. Rag dealer, merchant of scraps. Rag gatherer, collector of cloth waste. Rag merchant, trader in rags. Rag picker, sorter of textile waste. Rag sorter, grader of textile scraps. Ragman, collector of rags. Rail bender, shaper of railway rails. Rail maker, producer of rails. Railroad laborer, railway worker. Rail splitter, divider of fence rails. Railing maker, producer of fences. Railroad agent, railway representative. Railroad conductor, train crew supervisor. Railroad engineer, locomotive operator. Railway carriage builder, constructor of train cars. Railway clerk, railway office worker. Railway guard, train attendant. Railway laborer, track worker. Railway navvy, railway construction worker. Railway platelayers, track installer. Railway policeman, railway law enforcer. Railway porter, railway station carrier. Railway signalman, signal operator. Railway surfaceman, track maintainer. Railway switchman, point operator. Rake maker, producer of rakes. Raker, street cleaner or haymaker. Rammerman, operator of pile driver. Ranch hand, cattle worker. Rancher, livestock farmer. Ranger, forest guardian or soldier. Rasher, bacon maker. Rasp cutter, maker of coarse files. Rat catcher, trapper of rats. Rattan worker, craftsman in cane. Raw silk throster, twister of silk thread. Razor grinder, sharpener of razors. Razor maker, producer of razors. Razor strop maker, producer of sharpening straps. Reader, proofreader or lecturer. Ready reckoner compiler, calculator table maker. Reaper, harvester of grain. Reaper hook maker, producer of harvesting tools. Rear admiral, naval officer. Rearer, raiser of animals. Receipt clerk, recorder of payments. Receiver, recipient or fence. Receiving clerk, goods receiver. Receptionist, greeter of visitors. Reciter, performer of recitations. Reckoner, calculator. Recorder, keeper of records or musical instrument. Record keeper, maintainer of records. Rector, church parish priest. Rectory keeper, caretaker of rectory. Red herring curer, preserver of herring. Red lead maker, producer of red oxide paint. Redsmith, goldsmith or coppersmith. Reed maker, producer of musical reeds or weaving equipment. Reeder, thatcher. Reeler, winder of thread. Reeling mistress, supervisor of thread winding. Refectioner, keeper of refectory. Refiner, purifier. Refreshment room keeper, operator of cafe. Refrigerator attendant, maintainer of cooling equipment. Refuse collector, garbage collector. Refuse dealer, merchant of waste materials. Refuse destructor attendant, incinerator operator. Regalia maker, producer of royal insignia. Regent, ruler acting for sovereign. Regiment sergeant major, senior military rank. Registered nurse, qualified medical nurse. Registrar, keeper of official records. Regius professor, royally appointed university teacher. Regular, member of religious order. Reinsurance broker, agent for insurance. Relict, widow. Religious, member of religious order. Relic seller, vendor of holy objects. Relieving officer, administrator of poor relief. Remontoire maker, producer of winding mechanisms. Renderer, boiler of fat or plasterer. Rent collector, gatherer of rents. Renter, tenant or lessee. Repairer, fixer or mender. Reporter, journalist. Repositor, furniture warehouse keeper. Representative, agent or salesman. Researcher. Investigator. Resident, inhabitant or resident doctor. Resident physician, live-in doctor. Resin dealer, merchant of tree sap products. Respirator maker, producer of breathing masks. Restaurant keeper, operator of eating house. Restaurateur, restaurant owner. Restorer, repairer or cleaner. Retailer, seller of goods to public. Retort stoker, fuel tender for retorts. Retoucher, photographic image enhancer. Returner, sender back. Revenue officer, tax collector. Reverend, clergyman. Revivalist, religious awakener. Rhetor, teacher of rhetoric. Ribald man, carter or rough man. Rib roaster, cook or vendor of ribs. Ribbon dresser, finisher of ribbons. Ribbon manufacturer, producer of ribbons. Ribbon weaver, maker of ribbons. Rice cleaner, processor of rice. Rice grower, cultivator of rice. Rice merchant, dealer in rice. Rice miller, processor of rice. Riddle maker, sieve maker. Riddler, sieve worker. Rider, horseback traveler or inspector. Riding master, horse riding instructor. Riding officer, customs patroller. Rifle maker, producer of rifles. Rifleman, soldier armed with rifle. Rigger, fitter of ship rigging. Rimmer, hoop maker. Ringer, bell ringer. Ringmaster, circus director. Rink keeper, manager of skating rink. Ripper, fish curer or opener. Ripper up, seamstress who unpicks. Rippier, fish seller. River fisherman, fisher in rivers. Riverman, boatman. Riveter, fastener with rivets. Road contractor, builder of roads. Road laborer, road worker. Road maker, constructor of roads. Road mender, repairer of roads. Road roller driver, operator of compacting machinery. Road scraper, cleaner of roads. Road surveyor, inspector of roads. Roadman, road worker. Roaster, operator of roasting apparatus. Rober, seller of robes. Robe maker, producer of formal garments. Rocket maker, producer of fireworks or missiles. Rocking horse maker, producer of toy horses. Rod cutter, maker of rods. Rod maker, producer of rods. Roll turner, lathe worker making rollers. Roller, operator of rolling equipment. Roller coverer, applier of roller coverings. Roller maker, producer of rollers. Rolling mill worker, operator of metal rolling mill. Roman cement maker, producer of hydraulic cement. Roof thatcher, layer of thatch roofs. Roofer, constructor of roofs. Roofing felt maker, producer of waterproof material. Roofing slater, layer of slate roofs. Roofing tiler, layer of tile roofs. Room keeper, caretaker of rooms. Rope and twine maker, producer of cordage. Rope dancer, tightrope performer. Rope maker, producer of rope. Rope spinner, twister of rope. Rope walker, tightrope walker. Rosary maker, producer of prayer beads. Rose grower, cultivator of roses. Rosemary merchant, dealer in herbs. Rosin dealer, merchant of resin. Rotary pressman, operator of rotary press. Rother beast driver, driver of cattle. Rough caster, plasterer. Rough mason, stone worker. Rough rider, horse breaker. Rougher, preliminary worker. Roughsmith, rough metal worker. Roundsman, route deliverer or police patroller. Rover, wanderer or pirate. Rowing master, instructor in rowing. Royal Academician, member of Art Academy. Rubber, masseur or eraser maker. Rubber stamp maker, producer of stamps. Rubber worker, processor of rubber. Rubbish carter, hauler of refuse. Rubbish collector, gatherer of waste. Rubbish remover, disposer of waste. Rubricator, writer in red. Ruffler, vagrant or bully. Rug maker, producer of floor coverings. Rug weaver, maker of rugs. Ruler, sovereign or maker of ruled lines. Runner, messenger or smuggler. Rural postman, country mail carrier. Rush gatherer, collector of rushes. Rush maker, weaver of rushes. Rushlight maker, producer of rush candles. Rustic, rural person. Rustler, cattle thief. Sack maker, producer of bags. Sack weigher, measurer of sack contents. Sacristan, church caretaker. Saddle maker, producer of saddles. Saddle tree maker, producer of saddle frames. Saddler, maker of saddles and harnesses. Safe maker, producer of secure boxes. Saffron grower, cultivator of crocus for dye. Sage, wise person or herb grower. Sailmaker, producer of ship sails. Sailor, seaman. Salaried clerk, paid office worker. Salesman, seller of goods. Saleswoman, female seller of goods. Saline worker, salt processor. Sally keeper, guardian of postern gate. Saloon keeper, operator of drinking establishment. Saltpeter man, collector of saltpeter. Salt boiler, evaporator of brine. Salt carrier, transporter of salt. Salt dealer, merchant of salt. Salt glazer, applier of salt glaze to pottery. Salt maker, producer of salt. Salt refiner, purifier of salt. Salt raker, gatherer of salt. Salter, salt worker or fish curer. Saltpeter maker, producer of potassium nitrate. Salver, salvager. Sample maker, producer of specimens. Sampler, taker of samples. Sandblaster, cleaner using sandblast. Sand dealer, merchant of sand. Sand digger, excavator of sand. Sandal maker, producer of sandals. Sandbag filler, preparer of sandbags. Sander, smoother with sand. Sandman, sand dealer. Sandstone merchant, dealer in sandstone. Sandwich board man, advertising sign carrier. Sandwich maker, preparer of sandwiches. Sanitary inspector, health official. Sapphire cutter, shaper of gems. Sargler, silk worker. Sarter, tailor. Sash maker, producer of window frames. Satinette weaver, maker of cotton wool fabric. Satin weaver, maker of glossy fabric. Sauce maker, producer of condiments. Saucepan maker, producer of cooking vessels. Saucer maker, producer of cup saucers. Sausage maker, producer of sausages. Sausage skin dealer, merchant of casings. Savant, learned person. Saw doctor, sharpener of saws. Saw filer, sharpener of saw teeth. Saw maker, producer of saws. Sawmill worker, laborer in sawmill. Saw setter, adjuster of saw teeth. Sawbones, surgeon. Sawyer, operator of saw or cutter of timber. Say weaver, maker of serge fabric. Scabbard maker, producer of sword sheaths. Scaffold builder, constructor of temporary structures. Scaffolder, erector of scaffolding. Scale beam maker, producer of weighing equipment. Scale inspector, weights and measures official. Scale maker, producer of weighing devices. Scaler, weigher or cleaner of teeth. Scallop dredger, harvester of shellfish. Scanner, examiner. Scantling maker, producer of small timber. Scapular, stone rougher. Scarfer, joiner of metal or timber. Scarlet dyer, colorist in red. Scavenger, refuse collector or street cleaner. Scene painter, theatrical backdrop artist. Scene shifter, theatrical stage hand. Scenery painter, theatrical artist. Scepter maker, producer of royal staffs. Scheduler, organizer of timetables. Scholar, learned person or student. School attendance officer, truancy officer. School board officer, education official. School inspector, examiner of schools. School keeper, teacher or school caretaker. Schoolmaster, male teacher. Schoolmistress, female teacher. School teacher, instructor of students. Schoolboy, male pupil. Schoolgirl, female pupil. Schrader, tailor or cutter. Science master, teacher of sciences. Scientific instrument maker, producer of precision tools. Scissor maker, producer of cutting shears. Scissor sharpener, grinder of scissors. Scoop maker, producer of scooping tools. Scorer, recorder or engraver. Scotch draper, seller of linen. Scourer, cleaner. Scouring miller, cleaner of grain. Scout, reconnaissance soldier or guide. Scowman, flat-bottomed boat operator. Scrap dealer, merchant of waste materials. Scrap iron dealer, trader in metal waste. Scrap merchant. Buyer of salvage. Scraper, cleaner or violinist. Screw cutter, maker of threaded fasteners. Screw maker, producer of screws. Screw polisher, finisher of screws. Scribbler, woolcarder or inferior writer. Scribe, copyist or writer. Scrivener, professional writer or notary. Scroll maker, producer of rolled documents. Scrubber, cleaner. Sculptress, female sculptor. Sculptor, carver of three-dimensional art. Scutcher, flax beater. Scutcheon maker, producer of shields or plates. Scythe maker, producer of mowing implements. Scythe sharpener, grinder of scythes. Sea captain, ship's commander. Sealer, hunter of seals or applier of seals. Sealing wax maker, producer of wax for seals. Seaman, sailor. Sempstress, female saw. Searcher, customs inspector or examiner. Seasoner, one who seasons. Second footman, junior male servant. Second hand, assistant or used goods dealer. Second hand clothes dealer, seller of used clothing. Second mate, ship's third officer. Secondary, deputy or minor official. Secretary, keeper of secrets or office administrator. Section hand, railway track worker. Sedan chair carrier, bearer of covered seat. Seedsman, seller of seeds. Seeker, inspector or searcher. Seiner, fisherman using seine nets. Seizer, confiscator or grasper. Selector, chooser or sorter. Self-acting mule spinner, operator of automatic spinning machine. Seller, vendor. Sempster, seamster. Sempstress, sempstress. Senator, member of legislative body. Seneschal, steward of estate. Serf, bound laborer. Serge maker, producer of woolen fabric. Serge weaver, maker of twilled fabric. Sergeant, military rank or law officer. Sergeant at arms, ceremonial officer. Sergeant at law, senior barrister. Sergeant major, senior military rank. Sericulturist, silk grower. Servant, domestic worker. Server, one who serves. Serving maid, female servant. Serving man, male servant. Sessional clerk, court clerk. Sexton, church caretaker and grave digger. Saw, one who sows or drainage worker. Saw cleaner, cleaner of drains. Sewing machine agent, seller of sewing machines. Sewing machine operator, user of sewing equipment. Shack, vagrant. Shackle maker, producer of restraints. Shag weaver, maker of rough fabric. Shaker, one who shakes or religious sect member. Shalesman, borrower or beggar. Shalloon weaver, maker of woolen fabric. Shallop man, small boat operator. Shambles keeper, slaughterhouse operator. Shanty man, logger or canal boatman. Shape maker, mold maker. Shaper, forming machine operator. Sharebroker, dealer in stocks. Shareholder, stock owner. Sharemaker, plough part maker. Shark fisherman, catcher of sharks. Shawl manufacturer, producer of shawls. Sheaf binder, bundler of grain. Shear grinder, sharpener of shears. Shear maker, producer of cutting tools. Shearer, clipper of wool. Shearman, shearer of cloth. Shears maker, producer of large scissors. Sheath maker, producer of scabbards. Shed hand, factory worker. Sheep dog trainer, teacher of working dogs. Sheep drover, driver of sheep. Sheep farmer, raiser of sheep. Sheep shearer, clipper of sheep's wool. Sheepskin dresser, preparer of sheepskin. Sheet metal worker, worker in thin metal. Sheet writer, music copyist. Shellfish dealer, merchant of shellfish. Shell maker, producer of shells or munitions. Shellac maker, producer of resinous coating. Shepherd, tender of sheep. Shepherdess, female sheep tender. Sheriff, county law officer. Sheriff's officer, bailiff. Sherry merchant, dealer in fortified wine. Shetland wool knitter, maker of wool garments. Shield maker, producer of defensive armor. Shift boss, mine supervisor. Shifter, scene changer or railway worker. Shingle maker, producer of roof shingles. Shingle weaver, maker of wooden shingles. Shingler, roof shingle layer or iron. Worker. Ship broker, agent for shipping. Shipbuilder, constructor of vessels. Ship carpenter, vessel woodworker. Ship caulker, sealer of ship seams. Ship chandler, supplier of ship provisions. Ship joiner, ship's finish carpenter. Shipmaster, captain of vessel. Ship owner, proprietor of vessels. Ship painter, decorator of ships. Ship rigger, fitter of ship rigging. Shipsmith, blacksmith for ships. Ship steward, provisions manager on ship. Shipwright, builder of ships. Shipman, sailor. Shipper, dispatcher of goods. Shipping agent, freight forwarder. Shipping clerk, cargo office worker. Shipping master, sailor recruiter. Shipwright, shipbuilder and repairer. Shire reeve, sheriff. Shirt dresser, finisher of shirts. Shirt ironer, presser of shirts. Shirt maker, producer of shirts. Shoe black, shoe polisher. Shoe binder, stitcher of shoe uppers. Shoe buckle maker, producer of shoe fasteners. Shoe clicker, leather pattern cutter. Shoe closer, stitcher of uppers to soles. Shoe finisher, final processor of shoes. Shoelace maker, producer of shoe fasteners. Shoemaker, producer of shoes. Shoe mender, repairer of shoes. Shoe riveter, fastener of shoe components. Shoe shine boy, shoe polisher. Shoe stitcher, saw of shoes. Shoe trimmer, finisher of shoes. Shoeing smith, horseshoer. Shooter, hunter or gunman. Shop assistant, retail sales helper. Shop boy, male shop helper. Shop fitter, installer of shop fixtures. Shop girl, female shop assistant. Shop hand, shop worker. Shopkeeper, operator of retail store. Shopman, male shop worker. Shop walker, floor supervisor in shop. Shopwoman, female shop worker. Shore laborer, waterfront worker. Shore porter, dock carrier. Shoreman, dock worker. Shot borer, maker of shot holes or gunshot. Shot firer, blaster. Shot maker, producer of projectiles. Shotsmith, shovel maker. Shoulder, carrier on shoulders. Shovel maker, producer of shovels. Shoveler, digger with shovel. Showman, entertainer or exhibitor. Shredder, cutter in two strips. Shrimp catcher, harvester of shrimp. Shroud maker, producer of burial cloths. Shrouds maker, producer of rigging ropes. Shuttle maker, producer of weaving tools. Sickle maker, producer of cutting tools. Sieve maker, producer of sieves. Sifter, sorter through sieve. Signal box worker, railway signaller. Signal maker, producer of communication devices. Signalman, railway signal operator. Signature clerk, verifier of signatures. Signboard painter, painter of shop signs. Signer, one who signs. Sign maker, producer of signs. Sign painter, painter of signs. Sign writer, letterer of signs. Silk carder, preparer of silk fibers. Silk dealer, merchant of silk. Silk doubler, twister of silk thread. Silk dresser, finisher of silk. Silk dyer, colorist of silk. Silk factory worker, laborer in silk production. Silk hatter, maker of silk hats. Silk manufacturer, producer of silk goods. Silk mercer, dealer in silk. Silk piecer, joiner of broken silk threads. Silk printer, decorator of silk fabric. You are listening to a list of traditional occupations from the earliest times to around 1950. Silk reeler, winder of silk thread. Silk spinner, thread maker from silk. Silk throster, twister of silk thread. Silk weaver, maker of silk fabric. Silk winder, wrapper of silk thread. Silk worker, laborer in silk production. Siller, herring gutter. Silver beater, flattener of silver. Silver burnisher, polisher of silver. Silver chaser, engraver of silver. Silver miner, excavator of silver ore. Silver plater, applier of silver coating. Silver refiner, purifier of silver. Silver spinner, drawer of silver wire. Silversmith, worker in silver. Sinew spinner, twister of sinew thread. Singer, vocal performer. Singer sewing machine agent, seller of sewing machines. Singing master, voice teacher. Sister, nun or female sibling. Six-footer, gravedigger of paupers. Sixth form master, senior school teacher. Size maker, producer of glue or coating. Sizer, applier of size or sorter. Skein winder, wrapper of yarn. Skep maker, producer of beehives. Sketch artist, drawer. Skewer maker, producer of meat pins. Skillet maker, producer of cooking pots. Skilled laborer, trained worker. Skimmer, cream separator. Skin dealer, merchant of hides. Skin dresser, preparer of hides. Skinner, remover of animal skins. Skip maker, producer of baskets or mine containers. Skipper, ship's captain. Skirt hand, maker of skirts. Skirt maker, producer of skirts. Skiver, leather splitter. Skiving machine operator, leather splitter. Slatee, West African trader. Slate club keeper, manager of savings society. Slate dealer, merchant of roofing slate. Slate picker, sorter of coal from slate. Slate quarrier, excavator of slate. Slate quarryman, worker in slate quarry. Slate splitter, divider of slate layers. Slater, layer of slate roofs. Slater and plasterer, roof and wall finisher. Slating and tiling contractor, roof builder. Slaughterer, killer of animals. Slaughterhouse keeper, operator of abattoir. Slave, bound worker. Slave dealer, trader in slaves. Sledger, hammer wielder or sledge driver. Sleep-in servant, resident domestic worker. Sleeping car attendant, railway carriage servant. Sleuth, detective. Slicker, smoother or polisher. Slide maker, producer of microscope slides. Slinger, thrower or rope handler. Slip maker, producer of pottery slip. Slipper maker, producer of slippers. Slipware potter, maker of slip-decorated pottery. Slop dealer, seller of cheap clothing. Slop maker, producer of cheap garments. Slop seller, vendor of ready-made clothing. Slop shopkeeper, seller of sailors' clothing. Slubber, wool preparer. Sluice keeper, manager of water gates. Slum worker, social worker in poor areas. Slurry man, handler of liquid waste. Small coal dealer, seller of coal dust. Small ware dealer, seller of notions. Small ware maker, producer of small items. Smelter, processor of ore. Smith, metal worker. Smoke consumer maker, producer of pollution control devices. Smoke doctor, chimney specialist. Smoker, curer using smoke. Smoking pipe maker, producer of tobacco pipes. Smuggler, illegal trader. Snack bar keeper, operator of food counter. Snagsman, canal worker or thief. Snake charmer, handler of serpents. Snapper, gingerbread baker or fish catcher. Snap maker, gingerbread baker. Snare maker, producer of animal traps. Snath maker, producer of scythe handles. Snob, cobbler or shoe repairer. Snob's cat, shoemaker's apprentice. Snuffer maker, producer of candle snuffers. Snuff grinder, miller of tobacco. Snuff maker, producer of powdered tobacco. Snuff box maker, producer of snuff containers. Soap boiler, maker of soap. Soap chandler, maker and seller of soap. Soap maker, producer of soap. Soapery worker, laborer in soap production. Social worker, helper of needy. Society steward, club manager. Sock knitter, maker of short stockings. Sock maker, producer of socks. Soda fountain attendant, server of beverages. Soda water manufacturer, producer of carbonated water. Sodman, juryman. Sojourner, temporary resident. Soldier, military fighter. Sole cutter, shaper of shoe soles. Sole leather cutter, preparer of thick leather. Sole maker, producer of shoe bottoms. Solicitor, lawyer. Summerscope operator, user of viewing device. Songwriter, composer of songs. Songster, singer. Soot merchant, dealer in chimney soot. Soothsayer, fortune teller. Sopranist, soprano singer. Sorceress, female practitioner of magic. Sorcerer, practitioner of magic. Sorter, one who sorts and grades. Sot weeder, laborer removing weeds. Soubrette, coquettish actress or maid. Sound man, audio technician. Sounder, one who sounds depths. Soup kitchen keeper, operator of free food service. Sowgelder, castrator of female pigs. Spade husbandman, laborer digging with spade. Spade maker, producer of digging tools. Spade man, digger. Spaewife, fortune teller. Spaller, splitter of rocks. Spallier, tin worker. Spangle maker, producer of decorative sequins. Spar maker, producer of ship masts. Sparable maker, producer of small nails. Sparling fisher, smelt fisherman. Sparrow catcher, trapper of sparrows. Spear fisherman, fisher using spear. Spear maker, producer of spears. Special constable, temporary police officer. Specialist, expert. Specialist physician, medical expert. Spectacle case maker, producer of eyeglass cases. Spectacle frame maker, producer of eyeglass frames. Spectacle maker, producer of eyeglasses. Speculator, investor or theorist. Spellman, preacher or storyteller. Spencer maker, producer of short jackets. Spurvetor, sparrow hawk keeper. Spice dealer, merchant of spices. Spice grinder, miller of spices. Spice merchant, trader in spices. Spicer, grocer or spice dealer. Spider catcher, collector of spiders. Spigot maker, producer of faucets. Spike maker, producer of large nails. Spin doctor, public relations specialist. Spindle maker, producer of spinning rods. Spinner, maker of thread or yarn. Spinning frame worker, operator of spinning machine. Spinning mule operator, worker at spinning machine. Spinning wheel maker, producer of spinning equipment. Spinster, unmarried woman or spinner. Spiral spring maker, producer of coiled springs. Spire builder, constructor of church steeples. Spirit dealer, merchant of alcoholic spirits. Spirit merchant, trader in distilled liquors. Spirit rapper, fake medium. Spiritual medium, communicator with dead. Spiritualist, believer in spirit communication. Spit boy, turner of roasting spit. Spittleman, hospital attendant. Splitter, divider or separator. Sponge dealer, merchant of sea sponges. Sponge diver, underwater collector of sponges. Sponge fisher, collector of sponges. Sponge merchant, trader in sponges. Spung maker, producer of clasps. Spawn seller, sponsor or godparent. Spool maker, producer of thread holders. Spooler, winder of thread onto spools. Spoon maker, producer of eating utensils. Sporran maker, producer of Scottish pouches. Sport, gambler or sportsman. Sporting dog breeder, raiser of hunting dogs. Sporting goods dealer, seller of athletic equipment. Sportsman, hunter or athlete. Spot welder, joiner of metal by welding. Spout maker, producer of pouring devices. Spranger, fish catcher. Sprat catcher, fisher of small herrings. Spring knife cutler, maker of folding knives. Spring maker, producer of coiled springs. Springled, young man or catapult. Springer, Springer spaniel or stone cutter. Sprinkler, waterer or one who sprinkles. Spud maker, producer of digging tools. Spun silk weaver, maker of staple silk fabric. Spur maker, producer of riding spurs. Spurrer, maker of spurs. Spurrier, maker of spurs. Spy, secret agent. Squadron leader, military aviator rank. Square keeper, maintainer of public square. Squarer, timber squarer. Squatter, an authorized occupant. Squire, country gentleman or knight's attendant. Squirrel hunter, trapper of squirrels. Stable boy, male stable worker. Stable hand, stable worker. Stable keeper, manager of stables. Stabler, innkeeper or ostler. Staff bearer, carrier of ceremonial staff. Staff officer, military headquarters officer. Stage carpenter, theatrical construction worker. Stage coachman, driver of passenger coach. Stage driver, operator of stagecoach. Stage hand, theatrical worker. Stage manager, theatrical production supervisor. Stage player, actor. Stainer, applier of stain or dye. Stair builder, constructor of stairs. Stair carpet layer, installer of stair coverings. Staircase builder, constructor of staircases. Stake maker, producer of pointed posts. Stall keeper, market vendor. Stallinger, keeper of market stall. Stall holder, market stall operator. Stallman, market stall keeper. Stammel maker, producer of woolen cloth. Stamp cutter, engraver of stamps. Stamp distributor, seller of postage stamps. Stamp maker, producer of stamps or dies. Stamp office clerk, postal stamp seller. Stamp vendor, seller of revenue stamps. Stamper, one who stamps or crushes or. Stanch maker, producer of water gates. Stand maker, producer of supports. Standard bearer, flag carrier. Standing collar maker, producer of upright collars. Staple sorter, grader of fibers by length. Stapler, wool sorter or merchant. Stargazer, astronomer or dreamer. Starch maker, producer of stiffening agent. State prisoner, political captive. Stationer, seller of paper goods. Stationary engineer, operator of fixed engines. Statist, statistician or politician. Statistical clerk, data recorder. Statistician, compiler of statistics. Statuary, sculptor. Statue maker, producer of statues. Stave cutter, maker of barrel parts. Stave maker, producer of barrel staves. Stay maker, producer of corsets. Steadier, stabilizer or regular worker. Steam boiler maker, producer of steam vessels. Steam crane driver, operator of steam-powered crane. Steam engine driver, operator of steam locomotive. Steam engine maker, builder of steam engines. Steam fitter, installer of steam pipes. Steam hammerman, operator of steam forge hammer. Steam navvy driver, operator of steam excavator. Steam plow driver, operator of steam plow. Steam roller driver, operator of road roller. Steam saw operator, user of steam-powered saw. Steam threshing machine proprietor, owner of threshing equipment. Steamboat captain, commander of steam vessel. Steamboat engineer, operator of steamboat engines. Steamboat fireman, fuel tender on steamboat. Steamboat pilot, navigator of steamboat. Steamer hand, steamship worker. Steamfitter, installer of steam systems. Steamship captain, commander of steamship. Steamship owner, proprietor of steam vessels. Steeplejack, climber and repairer of tall structures. Steersman, helmsman. Stencil cutter, maker of stencils. Stenciler, user of stencils. Stenographer, shorthand writer. Stenographic clerk, shorthand typist. Step dancer, tap dancer. Step ladder maker, producer of folding ladders. Stereotyper, maker of printing plates. Stevedore, dock cargo handler. Stew keeper, brothel keeper. Steward, manager or ship's provisions officer. Stewardess, female attendant. Stick dresser, finisher of walking sticks. Stick maker, producer of walking sticks. Stickler, arbitrator or insister. Stiffener, one who stiffens fabric. Stiletto maker, producer of small daggers. Still keeper, distillery worker. Still man, distillery operator. Still room maid, domestic worker in still room. Stillatory, distiller. Stilt maker, producer of walking stilts. Stipendiary, salaried official. Stipendiary magistrate, paid judge. Stitch counter. Tallier of stitches. Stitcher, saw. Stock and share broker, securities dealer. Stock broker, securities trader. Stock keeper, inventory manager. Stock taker, inventory counter. Stocker, inventory worker. Stocking darner, mender of hosiery. Stocking frame worker, hosiery knitter. Stocking knitter, maker of hosiery. Stocking maker, producer of stockings. Stocking mender, repairer of stockings. Stocking weaver, maker of hosiery. Stockinger, framework knitter. Stocking man, hosiery worker. Stock jobber, securities dealer. Stockman, livestock keeper. Stoker, fuel tender. Stone breaker, crusher of stone. Stone carver, sculptor in stone. Stone cleaner, washer of stone. Stone cutter, shaper of stone. Stone dealer, merchant of stone. Stone dresser, finisher of stone. Stone getter, quarrier of stone. Stone layer, builder in stone. Stone mason, worker in stone. Stone merchant, trader in stone. Stone picker, field clearer of stones. Stone polisher, finisher of stone. Stone quarrier, excavator of stone. Stone sawyer, cutter of stone. Stone squarer, shaper of building stone. Stone thrower, hurler of stones. Stone waller, builder of stone walls. Stool maker, producer of seats. Stop maker, producer of organ stops. Stopper, one who stops or cork maker. Storekeeper, shop manager or warehouse keeper. Storeman, warehouse worker. Stores clerk, inventory clerk. Stove fitter, installer of stoves. Stove maker, producer of heating stoves. Stove pipe maker, producer of chimney pipes. Stove polisher, cleaner of stoves. Stower, packer of cargo. Straggleman, vagrant. Strainer maker, producer of filters. Straker, itinerant haymaker. Strand man, worker on shore. Strap cutter, maker of straps. Strap maker, producer of straps. Strapper, groom or robust person. Straw bonnet maker, producer of straw hats. Straw hat bleacher, whitener of straw hats. Straw hat maker, producer of straw headwear. Straw plater, braider of straw. Strawberry grower, cultivator of strawberries. Street Arab, homeless child. Street cleaner, sweeper of streets. Street hawker, mobile street vendor. Street musician, outdoor performer. Street paver, layer of street paving. Street porter, carrier on streets. Street preacher, outdoor evangelist. Street seller, outdoor vendor. Street trader, mobile vendor. Street vendor, outdoor seller. Stretcher, one who stretches or carrier of wounded. String cutter, maker of strings. String maker, producer of chord or musical strings. Stringer, staircase side piece maker. Strip teaser, exotic dancer. Stripper, remover or tobacco processor. Stroke or lead rower. Strolling player, itinerant actor. Strong man, circus performer. Structural engineer, designer of load-bearing structures. Structural iron worker, builder in iron. Stucco plasterer, applier of decorative plaster. Stucco worker, plasterer. Studder, keeper of breeding horses. Student, learner. Studio attendant, photographer's assistant. Studio photographer, portrait photographer. Stuff gown, junior barrister. Stuff merchant, dealer in fabrics. Stuff weaver, maker of worsted fabric. Stuffed bird preserver, taxidermist of birds. Stuffer, upholsterer or taxidermist. Stuffing maker, producer of upholstery filling. Stumper, cricket bowler or political speaker. Stuntman, film performer of dangerous acts. Subcontractor, secondary contractor. Sub-editor, assistant editor. Sub-librarian, assistant librarian. Sub-postmaster, deputy postal superintendent. Sub-agent, deputy agent. Subaltern, junior military officer. Subordinate, inferior or assistant. Subpoena server, deliverer of court summons. Subscriber, regular purchaser. Subsidy man, supplementary worker. Substitute, replacement worker. Subway digger, tunnel excavator. Succenter, deputy cantor. Suet refiner, processor of animal fat. Suffolk punch breeder, raiser of draft horses. Sugar baker, refiner of sugar. Sugar boiler, processor of sugar. Sugar cane grower, cultivator of sugar cane. Sugar dealer, merchant of sugar. Sugar factory worker, laborer in sugar production. Sugar grinder, crusher of sugar. Sugar merchant, trader in sugar. Sugar refiner, purifier of sugar. Sulfur miner, excavator of sulfur. Sulfur worker, processor of sulfur. Summoner, server of summons. Sundial maker, producer of timepieces. Sunday school teacher, religious instructor. Sundries man, dealer in miscellaneous goods. Sunshade maker, producer of parasols. Superintendent, overseer. Superior, monastic head or better. Supernumerary, extra worker. Supervisor, overseer. Supper room keeper, operator of late dining establishment. Supplier, provider. Supporter, helper or backer. Shorty, guarantor. Surfman, coastal rescuer. Surgeon, medical operator. Surgical boot maker, producer of orthopedic footwear. Surgical instrument maker, producer of medical tools. Surmounter, decorator of tops. Surplus maker, producer of clerical vestments. Surveyor, measurer of land or inspector. Suspender maker, producer of trouser supports. Sutler, army provisions merchant. Swab, mop or sailor. Swagman, itinerant worker. Swan keeper, tender of swans. Swan upper, marker of swans. Sweater, exploiter of labor or garment maker. Sweep, chimney cleaner. Sweet maker, producer of confections. Sweet merchant, dealer in candy. Sweet oil dealer, merchant of olive oil. Sweet seller, vendor of candy. Sweet stuff dealer, candy merchant. Sweet meat maker, producer of candies. Swell maker, producer of organ bellows. Swift maker, producer of yarn reels. Swineherd, tender of pigs. Swing bridge keeper, operator of movable bridge. Swinegelder, castrator of pigs. Switch keeper, railway point operator. Switchboard operator, telephone connector. Switcher, railway engine operator. Sword bearer, ceremonial sword carrier. Sword cutler, maker of swords. Sword maker, producer of swords. Sword sharpener, grinder of swords. Sword swallower, circus performer. Swordsmith, maker of swords. Syncope, fainting fit, or musical contraction. Syndic, official or magistrate. Syrup maker, producer of sweet syrup. Tabard, herald's coat or inn. Tabernacle maker, producer of receptacles for sacred objects. Tabernet weaver, maker of silk and wool fabric. Table knife maker, producer of dining knives. Table linen keeper, manager of dining linens. Table maker, producer of tables. Tabler, boarder. Tablet maker, producer of pills or writing tablets. Tabourer, drummer. Tabaret maker, producer of small drums or stools. Tabulator, compiler of tables. Tack maker, producer of small nails. Tackler, loom fixer. Taxman, leaseholder. Tailor, maker of fitted clothing. Tailoress, female tailor. Tale teller, storyteller or informer. Talent scout, recruiter of performers. Tallow chandler, maker of tallow candles. Tallow melter, renderer of animal fat. Tallyman, credit seller or counter. Tambour worker, embroiderer using frame. Tambourine maker, producer of hand drums. Tamer, one who tames animals. Tamper, one who tampers or railroad track packer. Tan bark grinder, crusher of tanning material. Tannage worker, laborer in tanning. Tanner, converter of hides to leather. Tannery worker, laborer in tannery. Tap boy, tavern boy servant. Tap man, bartender. Tape maker, producer of narrow fabric. Tape weaver, maker of ribbons. Taper, candlestick or one who tapers. Tapestry maker, producer of woven wall hangings. Tapestry weaver, maker of figured wall coverings. Tapisser, maker of tapestries. Tapeter, carpet or tapestry maker. Tapper, one who taps trees or casks. Tapster, drawer of ale. Tar boiler, processor of tar. Tar burner, producer of tar. Tarman, worker with tar. Target maker, producer of shields. Tarpaulin maker, producer of waterproof covers. Tar, applier of tar. Tartan weaver, maker of plaid fabric. Taskmaster, overseer of workers. Task worker, piece worker. Tassel maker, producer of ornamental tufts. Taster, sampler of food or drink. Tattler, gossip or informer. Tattoo artist, skin decorator. Tope maker, mole catcher. Tavern keeper, operator of public house. Tarve maker, marble maker. Tawer, preparer of white leather. Tax assessor, valuer for taxation. Tax clerk, taxation office worker. Tax collector, gatherer of taxes. Tax commissioner, taxation official. Taxidermist, preserver and mounter of animal skins. Taxpayer, payer of taxes. Tea blender, mixer of tea varieties. Tea dealer, merchant of tea. Tea merchant, trader in tea. Tea packer, preparer of tea for sale. Tea planter, grower of tea. Tea taster, sampler of tea quality. Teacher, instructor. Teacher of dancing, dancing instructor. Teacher of languages, language instructor. Teacher of music, music instructor. Teagle maker, producer of hoisting machines. Teak merchant, dealer in teak wood. Team driver, driver of team of horses. Teamster, driver of team of horses. Teaser, woolcarder or tormentor. Technicist, technical expert. Tedder, hay spreader. Telegraph boy, telegraph message deliverer. Telegraph clerk, telegraph office worker. Telegraph engineer, telegraph system installer. Telegraph lineman, telegraph wire installer. Telegraph messenger, deliverer of telegrams. Telegraph operator, sender of telegraphic messages. Telephone engineer, telephone system installer. Telephone exchange worker, telephone switchboard operator. Telephone fitter, installer of telephones. Telephone lineman, telephone wire installer. Telephone operator, telephone connector. Teller, bank cashier or counter. Temperance advocate, promoter of abstinence from alcohol. Temperer, one who tempers metal. Template maker, producer of patterns. Temple keeper, caretaker of temple. Temporal peer, non-clerical lord. Temporary clerk, short-term office worker. Tenant, renter of property. Tenant farmer, renter of farm. Tender, caretaker or fuel supply worker. Tenement keeper, apartment building manager. Tenter, cloth stretcher or supervisor. Tent maker, producer of portable shelters. Terminer, harvester. Terracotta worker, maker of fired clay. Terrier, land registry keeper. Test pilot, experimental aircraft flyer. Tester, examiner or canopy maker. Testimonial writer, composer of recommendations. Tetrarch, ruler of fourth part. Tuit, lapwing or peevish person. Thatcher, layer of straw roofs. Theatre manager, director of theatre operations. Theatrical agent, representative of performers. Theatrical costumier, supplier of stage costumes. Theologist, student of theology. Theologue, theological student. Theorbo player, player of large lute. Therapeutic masseuse, medical massage practitioner. Thermometer maker, producer of temperature measuring instruments. Thiller, shaft horse driver. Thimble maker, producer of finger protectors. Third hand, third assistant. Thong maker, producer of leather strips. Thoroughfare keeper, maintainer of public roads. Thrasher, thresher. Thread drawer, embroiderer. Thread lace maker, producer of thread lace. Thread maker, producer of thread. Thread winder, wrapper of thread. Threadman, linen draper. Thresher, separator of grain. Threshing machine operator, user of grain separator. Threshing machine proprietor, owner of threshing equipment. Thrower, potter or silk twister. Throwster, silk thread twister. Thumper, preacher or large thing. Thumbstall maker, producer of thumb covers. Thunderer, ranter. Thurifer, incense bearer. Ticket agent, seller of tickets. Ticket collector, railway ticket taker. Ticket examiner, inspector of tickets. Ticket porter, licensed carrier. Ticket printer, producer of admission tickets. Ticket seller, vendor of tickets. Ticket taker, collector of admission tickets. Ticket writer, creator of price labels. Ticking weaver, maker of mattress covering fabric. Tidesman, customs boarding officer. Tide surveyor, customs officer. Tide waiter, customs inspector. Tidy maker, producer of antimacassars. Tie maker, producer of neckties or railway ties. Tier, one who ties or layer. Tiger, liveried groom or fierce person. Tiler, layer of roof tiles. Tiller, cultivator of soil or steersman. Tillman, farmer. Tilt hammer man, operator of power hammer. Tilt maker, producer of awnings. Timber cruiser, surveyor of standing timber. Timber dealer, merchant of lumber. Timber feller, tree cutter. Timber hewer, shaper of timber. Timber measurer, surveyor of lumber. Timber merchant, trader in lumber. Timber porter, carrier of lumber. Timber yard keeper, manager of lumber yard. Timberman, lumber worker, or mine shaft supporter. Timekeeper, recorder of work hours. Tin box maker, producer of metal containers. Tin man, tinsmith. Tin miner, excavator of tin ore. Tin plate worker, worker in tinned iron. Tin pot maker, producer of tin vessels. Tin smith, worker in tin. Tin stamper, decorator of tin. Tin streamer, tin miner. Tincture maker, producer of medicinal extracts. Tinder box maker, producer of fire-starting boxes. Tinker, itinerant mender of metal goods. Tin plate worker, worker in tin-coated iron. Tinter, dyer or colorist. Tinware dealer, seller of tin goods. Tippeler, keeper of alehouse or drinker. Tipstaff, court officer. Tire maker, producer of wheel rims or tires. Tire woman, lady's maid or dresser. Tiresmith, maker of tire iron. Tissue paper maker, producer of thin paper. Tissue weaver, maker of fine fabric. Title searcher, examiner of property records. Titman, tithe collector. Tithe proctor, collector of church tax. Titmouse, small bird or small person. Tobacco broker, agent for tobacco. Tobacco cutter, chopper of tobacco. Tobacco dealer, merchant of tobacco. Tobacco grower, cultivator of tobacco. Tobacco manufacturer, processor of tobacco. Tobacco merchant, trader in tobacco. Tobacco pipe maker, producer of smoking pipes. Tobacco spinner, twister of tobacco. Tobacco stemmer, remover of tobacco stems. Tobacco stripper, remover of tobacco leaves. Tobacconist, seller of tobacco. Toberman, footpad or highwayman. Tod, wool measure or fox. Toddy man, palm wine tapper. Toe maker, producer of shoe toes. Toft, homestead. Toggle maker, producer of fastening devices. Toiler, hard worker. Token keeper, manager of metal currency. Toll booth keeper, collector of road tolls. Toll collector, gatherer of tolls. Toll gate keeper, operator of toll barrier. Tombstone carver, engraver of gravestones. Tombstone cutter, shaper of grave markers. Tone master, tuner or voice teacher. Toner, one who tones. Tong man, member of Chinese secret society. Tongs maker, producer of gripping tools. Tunser, barber. Tool dresser, sharpener of tools. Tool filer, sharpener of tools. Tool grinder, sharpener of tools. Tool maker, producer of tools. Tool setter, preparer of machine tools. Tool sharpener, grinder of tools. Tooler, leather worker or tool user. Toolman, tool maker. Tooth drawer, extractor of teeth. Tooth maker, producer of false teeth. Tooth picker maker, producer of toothpicks. Top maker, producer of spinning toys. Top sawyer, upper sawyer in pit. Topaz cutter, shaper of gemstones. Topiarist, garden sculptor. Topman, sailor working aloft. Topographer, mapper of terrain. Topper, finisher or superior thing. Topping man, overseer. Top sawyer, upper sawyer or superior person. Topsman, hangman or chief. Torch bearer, carrier of torches. Torpedo man, naval torpedo operator. Tortoiseshell worker, craftsman in turtle shell. Tosher, saw scavenger. Tow maker, producer of fiber. Tow worker, processor of flax fiber. Tower keeper, guardian of tower. Town clerk, municipal secretary. Town crier, public announcer. Town major, garrison commander. Town marshal, municipal law officer. Town missionary, urban evangelist. Town planner, designer of urban development. Town reeve, town administrator. Town sergeant, municipal officer. Town traveler, commercial traveler. Town wait, town watchman. Town keeper, constable. Toy dealer, seller of toys. Toy maker, producer of toys. Toy seller, vendor of toys. Toy man, toy dealer. Tracer, one who traces or drawer. Track inspector, examiner of railway tracks. Track laborer, railway track worker. Track layer, installer of railway tracks. Track walker, railway track inspector. Trackman, railway track worker. Track distributor, distributor of pamphlets. Tractor driver, operator of farm machinery. Trade unionist, labor union member. Trader, merchant or dealer. Tradesman, skilled craftsman or shopkeeper. Traffic manager, supervisor of transportation. Trail boss, cattle drive supervisor. Trailer, tracker or one who trails. Train conductor, railway train supervisor. Train dispatcher, controller of train movements. Train examiner, inspector of railway cars. Train bearer, carrier of rogue train. Trainer, teacher or animal. Conditioner. Tramcar conductor, streetcar ticket collector. Tramcar driver, streetcar operator. Tramper, vagrant or traveling worker. Tramway conductor, tram ticket collector. Tramway driver, tram operator. Transfer clerk, recording clerk. Transfer man, operator of transfer equipment. Transient, temporary worker. Transit man, surveyor using transit. Translator, converter of languages. Transmitter, sender. Transport driver, vehicle operator. Transport worker, transportation laborer. Tranter, carrier or peddler. Trap maker, producer of animal traps. Trapeze artist, aerial circus performer. Trapper, hunter of fur-bearing animals. Traps, luggage or possessions. Trash collector, garbage gatherer. Trash hauler, waste transporter. Traveler, journeyer or commercial representative. Traveling agent, mobile sales representative. Traveling draper, itinerant cloth seller. Traveling salesman, mobile commercial seller. Traverse juror, trial jury member. Trawler, fisherman using drag nets. Tray maker, producer of serving trays. Treacle merchant, dealer in molasses. Treadmill keeper, operator of punishment device. Treasurer, keeper of funds. Treasury clerk, financial office worker. Treaty man, tribal official. Treble, boy soprano. Tree feller, cutter of trees. Tree pruner, trimmer of tree branches. Tree surgeon, treater of diseased trees. Trunnel maker, producer of wooden pegs. Trencher, carver or ditch digger. Trencherman, hearty eater. Trepanner, skull surgeon. Trespass viewer, inspector of boundaries. Tricker, footwear pattern cutter. Trickster, deceiver. Trigman, railway brake operator. Trigger maker, producer of gun triggers. Trim maker, producer of decorative edging. Trimmer, decorator or coal distributor. Trimming dealer, seller of decorative materials. Trimming maker, producer of ornamental edgings. Tripe boiler, processor of tripe. Tripe dresser, preparer of stomach lining. Tripe man, seller of tripe. Tripe man, tripe dealer. Tripper, excursionist or dancer. Troll wife, female troll or witch. Trolley boy, assistant on trolley. Trolley car conductor, streetcar attendant. Trolley car motorman, streetcar driver. Trollop, untidy woman. Trooper, cavalry soldier. Trophy maker, producer of awards. Trotter, messenger or pig's foot. Troubadour, traveling poet musician. Trough maker, producer of feeding containers. Troupe manager, circus or theatrical company director. Trooper, traveling performer. Trouser maker, producer of trousers. Trout fisher, catcher of trout. Trowel maker, producer of plastering tools. Truant officer, school attendance enforcer. Truck driver, operator of lorry. Truck farmer, vegetable grower for market. Truck gardener, vegetable grower. Truckage man, transport worker. Trucker, truck driver or barter trader. Truckle bed maker, producer of wheeled beds. Truckman, truck driver. Trumpet maker, producer of brass instruments. Trumpeter, player of trumpet. Truncheon maker, producer of police batons. Trundle maker, producer of rolling items. Trunk maker, producer of storage chests. Truss maker, producer of hernia supports. Trustee, guardian of property. Tub boy, bath attendant. Tub cooper, barrel repairer. Tub maker, producer of wooden tubs. Tuber, maker of tubs. Tucker, cloth fuller or food. Tugboat captain, commander of towing vessel. Tugman, operator of tugboat. Tulle maker, producer of fine net fabric. Tumbler, acrobat or drinking glass. Tun belly maker, cooper of large casks. Tunesmith, composer of music. Tuner, adjuster of pitch. Tupman, sheep breeder. Turf accountant, bookmaker. Turf cutter, excavator of peat. Turf man, peat cutter or horse racing man. Turkey driver, drover of turkeys. Turkey merchant, dealer in turkeys. Turncock, water main operator. Turner, lathe worker. Turning machine operator. Lathe operator. Turnkey, jailer. Turnpike keeper, toll road operator. Turnpike man, toll collector. Turnspit, spit turner or dog. Turnstile keeper, gate attendant. Turpentine distiller, processor of pine resin. Turquoise cutter, shaper of gemstones. Turret clock maker, producer of tower clocks. Turtle catcher, hunter of sea turtles. Tutor, private teacher. Tweaker, finisher or adjuster. Tweed maker, producer of wool fabric. Tweenie, between maid or general servant. Twig bender, maker of woven items. Twig maker, producer of small branches. Twine maker, producer of cord. Twine spinner, maker of twisted cord. Twist hand, tobacco processor. Twister, spinner or deceiver. Typecaster, founder of type. Type founder, caster of printing type. Type metal caster, molder of type metal. Typewriter, typist or typing machine. Typist, operator of typewriter. Typographer, printer or designer of type. Tithe collector, gatherer of tithes. Udeler, freeholder in Orkney or Shetland. Umbrella frame maker, producer of umbrella frames. Umbrella maker, producer of umbrellas. Umbrella mender, repairer of umbrellas. Umbrella stick maker, producer of umbrella handles. Umpire, referee or arbitrator. Under butler, junior butler. Undercook, assistant cook. Under gardener, assistant gardener. Undergroom, assistant groom. Under housemaid, junior maid. Under porter, junior porter. Under sheriff, deputy sheriff. Under steward, assistant steward. Under waiter, junior waiter. Under clerk, junior clerk. Underdresser, assistant dresser. Underground laborer, mine worker. Underkeeper, assistant gamekeeper. Underlier, subordinate. Underling, subordinate worker. Underman, subordinate. Undermaster, assistant teacher. Undertaker, funeral director or contractor. Underwater diver, submerged worker. Underwood cutter, coppice harvester. Underwriter, insurance risk assessor. Unfrocker, one who defrocks. Unguentary, ointment maker. Unicorn, hunter of unicorns or artillery piece. Union agent, labor union representative. Union official, labor organization officer. Unitarian minister, Unitarian church pastor. United States Marshal, federal law officer. University extension lecturer, adult education teacher. University professor, academic teacher. Unloader, one who unloads. Unpacker, opener of packages. Upholsterer, furniture coverer. Upper gardener, senior gardener. Upper housemaid, senior maid. Upper leather maker, producer of shoe uppers. Upper servant, senior domestic worker. Upsetter, one who upsets or riveter. Upstaffman, bailiff. Urinalysis technician, urine examiner. Urn maker, producer of decorative vases. Usher, doorkeeper or assistant teacher. Usheress, female usher. Usurer, money lender at interest. Vaccinator, smallpox inoculator. Vac, vagrant. Vagabond, wanderer without home. Vagrant, homeless wanderer. Vail, servant's tip or gratuity. Valet, male personal servant. Valise maker, producer of travel bags. Valuer, appraiser. Valve maker, producer of valves. Vamper, repairer or seducer. Van boy, van assistant. Van driver, operator of covered wagon. Vanguard, van escort. Van man, van driver. Vanilla grower, cultivator of vanilla. Vanner, or washer or winnower. Vantage master, tennis official. Varnish maker, producer of protective coating. Varnisher, applier of varnish. Vassal, feudal tenant. Vatman, paper maker or brewery worker. Vaulter, acrobat or builder of vaults. Vegetable dealer, merchant of vegetables. Vegetable grower, cultivator of vegetables. Vegetable hawker, peddler of vegetables. Vegetable merchant, trader in vegetables. Vegetable seller, vendor of vegetables. Vegetarian, abstainer from meat. Vehicle builder, constructor of conveyances. Veil maker, producer of veils. Velour worker, processor of velvet-like fabric. Velvet cutter, shaper of pile fabric. Velvet dresser, finisher of velvet. Velvet dyer, colorist of velvet. Velvet manufacturer, producer of velvet. Velvet printer, decorator of velvet. Velvet weaver, maker of pile fabric. Vendor, seller. Veneer cutter, slicer of thin wood. Veneer maker, producer of thin wood sheets. Veneerer, applier of veneer. Venetian blind maker, producer of slatted blinds. Ventilator maker, producer of air circulation devices. Ventriloquist, voice thrower. Verderer, forest officer. Verger, church caretaker. Vermin catcher, destroyer of pests. Vermin destroyer, killer of pests. Vermin killer, exterminator. Versifier, writer of verse. Vestment maker, producer of clerical garments. Vestry clerk, church administrative assistant. Vestryman, parish officer. Veterinarian, animal doctor. Veterinary surgeon, animal medical practitioner. Vicar, parish priest. Vice admiral, naval officer. Vice chancellor, deputy chancellor. Vice consul, deputy consul. Vicegerent, deputy or representative. Viceroy, ruler representing sovereign. Victualler, food provider. Viewer, inspector or examiner. Vineron, vine grower. Village schoolmaster, rural teacher. Villager, rural resident. Villain, feudal serf or scoundrel. Villain, feudal tenant. Vin de pays maker, country wine producer. Vinegar maker, producer of vinegar. Vine dresser, cultivator of grapevines. Vine grower, cultivator of vines. Viner, vine worker. Vineyard keeper, manager of vineyard. Vineyard man, vineyard worker. Vineyardist, vine grower. Vintager, grape harvester. Vintner, wine merchant. Viol maker, producer of stringed instruments. Viola player, violist. Violin maker, producer of violins. Violin player, violinist. Violinist, player of violin. Violoncello player, cellist. Virginal maker, producer of keyboard instruments. Viscount, nobleman below earl. Viscountess, wife of viscount or female viscount. Visiting teacher, home tutor. Visitor, inspector or caller. Vizier, high official in Muslim countries. Vocalist, singer. Voice trainer, singing teacher. Voider, one who voids or large dish. Volunteer, unpaid soldier. Voucher, one summoned to warranty. Voucher, one who vouches. Vulcanizer, rubber processor. Wafer maker, producer of thin biscuits or sealing wafers. Waffle maker, producer of griddle cakes. Waferer, seller of wafers. Waft, convoy ship. Wafter, convoy or signaller. Waftier, convoy attendant. Wag, joker. Wage earner, employee. Wager, better. Wagon builder, constructor of wagons. Wagon driver, operator of wagon. Wagon maker, producer of wagons. Wagon master, supervisor of wagons. Wagonette driver, driver of light carriage. Wainwright, wagon builder. Waistcoat maker, producer of vests. Waistcoat pocket maker, producer of vest pockets. Waister, sailor working amidships. Wait, town watchman or musician. Waiter, server or attendant. Waitress, female server. Waker, one who wakes. Walking gentleman, minor actor. Walking lady, minor actress. Wall mason, builder of walls. Wallpaper hanger, installer of wallpaper. Wallpaper printer, producer of wallpaper. Waller, builder of walls. Wallet maker, producer of carrying cases. Wallpaper maker, producer of decorative wall coverings. Walnut grower, cultivator of walnuts. WAN or pale. Wand bearer, carrier of staff of office. Wandering minstrel, traveling musician. Wandsman, official or representative. Warper, blinker or flapper. War correspondent, battlefield journalist. War office clerk, military administration worker. War cop, watchman. Ward, guardian or prison guard. Warden, guardian or supervisor. Warder, guard or gatekeeper. Wardmaid, female hospital attendant. Wardress, female prison guard. Wardsman, hospital attendant. Warehousekeeper, manager of storage facility. Warehouse clerk, storage facility office worker. Warehouse porter, warehouse carrier. Warehouseman, storage worker. Wearer, cautious person. Warfarer, warrior. Warman, warrior. Warmer, one who warms. Warming pan maker, producer of bed warmers. Warp dresser, preparer of warp threads. Warp maker, producer of warp yarn. Warper, preparer of warp. Warrant officer, military rank between enlisted and commissioned. Warrener, gamekeeper of rabbit warren. Warrior, fighter. Wash boy, laundry assistant. Wash gilding applier, decorator with thin gold. Wash housekeeper, operator of laundry. Wash leather maker, producer of chamois leather. Washboard maker, producer of washing boards. Washer, launderer or cleaning device maker. Washer and ironer, launderer and presser. Washing machine operator, user of washing equipment. Washstand maker, producer of washing furniture. Washtub maker, producer of laundry tubs. Wasp catcher, destroyer of wasps. Wassaler, reveler or caroler. Wasteman, refuse worker. Watch and clock maker, producer of timepieces. Watch case maker, producer of watch cases. Watch chain maker, producer of watch chains. Watch cleaner, maintainer of watches. Watch engraver, decorator of watches. Watch finisher, final processor of watches. Watch glass maker, producer of watch crystals. Watch guard maker, producer of watch chains. Watch hand maker, producer of watch hands. Watch jeweler, setter of watch jewels. Watch key maker, producer of winding keys. Watchmaker, producer and repairer of watches. Watch movement maker, producer of watch mechanisms. Watch repairer, fixer of watches. Watch spring maker, producer of watch springs. Watch band maker, producer of watch straps. Watch case maker, producer of watch housings. Watcher, observer or night guard. Watchman, night guard. Water bailiff, fishery officer or customs officer. Water bearer, carrier of water. Water carrier, transporter of water. Water cart driver, operator of water wagon. Water closet maker, producer of toilets. Watercolor painter, artist using watercolors. Water drawer, drawer of water from wells. Water engineer, designer of water systems. Water gilding applier, decorator with gold leaf. Water guard, customs officer or river patrol. Water inspector, examiner of water quality. Waterman, boatman or water carrier. Water meter inspector, examiner of water usage. Water peddler, seller of water. Water pipe maker, producer of water conduits. Water poet, amphibious poet or water carrier poet. Water seller, vendor of water. Water works engineer, designer of water supply systems. Watercress grower, cultivator of watercress. Waterer, one who waters. Waterfront worker, dock laborer. Waterguard, customs officer. Watering pot maker, producer of watering cans. Waterman, boatman. Waterproofer, applier of waterproofing. Wattle maker, weaver of wattle fencing. Wattler, maker of wattle and daub. Wave maker, creator of waves or hair waver. Wax bleacher, whitener of wax. Wax chandler, maker of wax candles. Wax flower maker, producer of artificial flowers. Wax modeler, sculptor in wax. Wax portrait maker, creator of wax likenesses. Wax refiner, purifier of wax. Wax taper maker, producer of wax candles. Wax worker, craftsman in wax. Waxer, applier of wax or floor polisher. Weighman, surveyor of roads. Waymaker, road builder. Waywarden, road supervisor. Waywiser maker, producer of distance measuring devices. Weak-minded, feeble-minded person. Weapon maker, producer of arms. Weaponsmith, maker of weapons. Weatherboard maker, producer of exterior siding. Weaver, maker of woven fabric. Web maker, weaver or net maker. Web printer, rotary press operator. Wedding dress maker, producer of bridal gowns. Wedding ring maker, producer of marriage rings. Wedger, one who wedges. Weed woman, seller of tobacco. Weeder, remover of weeds. Weighbridge keeper, operator of weighing platform. Weigher, measurer of weight. Weighing machine maker, producer of scales. Weighmaster, official weigher. Weirkeeper, maintainer of fish weirs. Well borer, driller of wells. Well digger, excavator of wells. Well dresser, decorator of wells. Well driver, installer of well pipes. Well keeper, maintainer of wells. Welsh flannel weaver, maker of Welsh woolen fabric. Welt maker, producer of shoe welts. Welter, welt maker or tumbler. Wesleyan minister, Methodist preacher. West India merchant, trader with West Indies. Wet glover, leather dresser. Wet nurse, hired breastfeeder. Wetter, dampener of materials. Wetting out worker, fabric processor. Whalebone cutter, shaper of baleen. Whalebone worker, craftsman in baleen. Whaler, whale hunter. Watlerman, whaling sailor. Whaling captain, commander of whaling vessel. Whopper, something large or whopper. Wharf clerk, dock office worker. Wharf laborer, dock worker. Wharfage collector, dock fee gatherer. Wharfie, wharf worker. Wharfinger, wharf owner or manager. Whatman, wharf worker. Wheat dealer, merchant of wheat. Wheat merchant, trader in wheat. Wheel cutter, maker of gear wheels. Wheel maker, producer of wheels. Wheel tapper, railway wheel inspector. Wheelwright, maker and repairer of wheels. Whelp, young person or pup. Wetter, sharpener. Whig, political liberal or sour milk. Whim driver, operator of winding engine. Whimsy maker, producer of novelties. Whin cutter, gauze cutter. Whipcord maker, producer of strong cord. Whip maker, producer of whips. Whipper-in, hunting assistant controlling hounds. Whipster, nimble person. Whirler, one who whirls. Whisk broom maker, producer of small brooms. Whiskey distiller, producer of whiskey. Whiskey blender, mixer of whiskies. Whiskey merchant, dealer in whiskey. Whist drive organizer, card game event manager. Whistle maker, producer of whistles. Whistler, one who whistles. White lace maker, producer of white lace. White lead maker, producer of white paint pigment. White lime burner, producer of quicklime. White metal worker, craftsman in tin alloys. White seam worker, needle worker in white fabrics. White slave trader. Trafficker in prostitutes. White smith, tin worker or worker in light metals. White tower, preparer of white leather. White wine merchant, dealer in white wine. Whitechapel needle maker, producer of needles. Whitester, bleacher. Whitewasher, applier of whitewash. Whiting maker, producer of white chalk powder. Whitster, bleacher. Whittle maker, producer of knives. Whittler, wood carver or knife maker. Whittower, preparer of white leather. Wholesale dealer, merchant selling in bulk. Wholesale grocer, bulk food merchant. Wholesale merchant, bulk trader. Wholesaler, bulk seller. Whooper, one who whoops. Whoremistress, madam of brothel. Wicker worker, weaver of wicker. Wicket keeper, cricket player or gatekeeper. Widow, woman whose husband has died. Widower, man whose wife has died. Wife, married woman. Wig box maker, producer of wig containers. Wig dresser, styler of wigs. Wig maker, producer of wigs. Wild beast keeper, keeper of exotic animals. Wild fowler, hunter of game birds. Wilder, one who leads astray. Willow gatherer, collector of willow branches. Willow grower, cultivator of willows. Willow plater, weaver of willow. Willow stripper, remover of willow bark. Willow ware maker, producer of willow baskets. Willy maker, machine maker or willow worker. Winch maker, producer of winches. Winchman, operator of winch. Winchester, measure or rifle. Wind instrument maker, producer of wind instruments. Windmiller, operator of windmill. Winder, one who winds thread. Winding engine man, operator of winding machinery. Windlass maker, producer of hoisting devices. Windmill keeper, operator of windmill. Window blind maker, producer of window coverings. Window cleaner, washer of windows. Window dresser, arranger of shop displays. Window glass maker, producer of window panes. Window maker, producer of window frames. Window shade maker, producer of window coverings. Windower, winnower. Wine and spirit merchant, dealer in alcoholic beverages. Wine bottler, packager of wine. Wine broker, agent for wine trade. Wine brewer, producer of wine. Wine butler, wine steward. Wine carrier, transporter of wine. Wine cooper, barrel maker for wine. Wine drawer, server of wine. Wine finer, clarifier of wine. Wine gauger, measurer of wine quantity. Wine grower, cultivator of grapes for wine. Wine merchant, dealer in wine. Wine porter, carrier of wine. Wine presser, crusher of grapes. Wine taster, sampler of wine quality. Wine waiter, server of wine. Wing chair maker, producer of high-backed chairs. Wing maker, producer of theatrical wings or aircraft wings. Winner, victor or miner. Winnower, separator of chaff from grain. Winter, one who winters or preparer for winter. Wire drawer, maker of wire. Wire fence maker, producer of wire fencing. Wire gauze weaver, maker of wire mesh. Wire maker, producer of wire. Wire measurer, gauge maker. Wire mill worker, laborer in wire production. You are listening to a list of traditional occupations from the earliest times to around 1950. Wire netting maker, producer of wire mesh. Wire puller, drawer of wire. Wire rope maker, producer of cable. Wire sieve maker, producer of wire screens. Wire weaver, maker of wire cloth. Wire worker, craftsman in wire. Wire wove paper maker, producer of wove paper. Wire drawer, maker of wire or subtle arguer. Wireman, telegraph worker or electrician. Wiremonger, dealer in wire. Wirer, installer of wires. Wire worker, craftsman in wire. Wish tun maker, whetstone maker. Wistmonger, dealer in green goods. Witch, practitioner of witchcraft. Witchfinder, hunter of witches. Witcher, quick beam tree. Woad grower, cultivator of blue dye plant. Woad merchant, dealer in blue dye. Wood and coal dealer, merchant of fuel. Wood carder, wool carder. Wood carver, sculptor in wood. Wood chopper, cutter of wood. Wood cutter, feller of trees or engraver. Wood dealer, merchant of timber. Wood engraver, cutter of wood blocks for printing. Wood factor, timber merchant. Wood graver, wood engraver. Wood machinist, operator of woodworking machinery. Wood merchant, dealer in timber. Wood reeve, forest officer. Wood sawyer, cutter of timber. Wood sorrel gatherer, collector of wood sorrel. Wood splitter, divider of wood. Wood turner, lathe worker in wood. Wood warden, forest keeper. Wood worker, craftsman in wood. Wood cutter, feller of trees or wood engraver. Wooden bowl maker, producer of wooden bowls. Wooden box maker, producer of wooden containers. Wooden clog maker, producer of wooden shoes. Wooden horse maker, producer of toy horses. Wooden leg maker, producer of prosthetic limbs. Wooden shoemaker, producer of clogs. Wooden spoon maker, producer of wooden utensils. Wooden toy maker, producer of wooden playthings. Woodenware dealer, seller of wooden goods. Woodenware maker, producer of wooden articles. Wood hacker, wood cutter. Woodland worker, forest laborer. Woodman, forester or woodcutter. Wood reeve, forest officer. Woodruff gatherer, collector of sweet woodruff. Woodsman, forester. Woodward, forest keeper. Wool broker, agent for wool trade. Wool buyer, purchaser of wool. Wool carder, preparer of wool for spinning. Wool chandler, dealer in wool. Wool cleaner, washer of wool. Wool clipper, shearer of sheep. Wool comber, preparer of long wool fibers. Wool dealer, merchant of wool. Wool driver, transporter of wool. Wool dyer, colorist of wool. Wool factor, wool merchant. Wool grader, sorter of wool quality. Wool merchant, trader in wool. Wool picker, sorter of wool. Wool presser, compressor of wool bales. Wool puller, remover of wool from pelts. Wool scribbler, preliminary wool carder. Wool shearer, clipper of sheep. Wool sorter, grader of wool. Wool spinner, maker of woolen yarn. Wool stapler, dealer in wool. Wool trader, merchant of wool. Wool winder, wrapper of woolen yarn. Wool worker, processor of wool. Woolen cloth manufacturer, producer of woolen fabric. Woolen draper, seller of woolen cloth. Woolen factor, woolen cloth merchant. Woolen manufacturer, producer of woolen goods. Woolen merchant, dealer in woolen goods. Woolen weaver, maker of woolen cloth. Woolen worker, laborer in wool production. Woolcomber, preparer of wool. Woolman, dealer in wool. Wool stapler, wool merchant. Wordmonger, verbose person. Workhouse keeper, manager of poorhouse. Workhouse master, superintendent of poorhouse. Workman, laborer or craftsman. Workmaster, employer or overseer. Workshop clerk, factory office worker. Workshop overseer, factory supervisor. Worm catcher, gatherer of earthworms. Worm seed gatherer, collector of Santonica. Worsted manufacturer, producer of worsted fabric. Worsted spinner, maker of worsted yarn. Worsted weaver, maker of worsted cloth. Wreath maker, producer of garlands. Wreckmaster, official dealing with shipwrecks. Wrecker, salvager of shipwrecks or demolisher. Restmaker, producer of tuning keys. Wrestler, combatant in wrestling. Wright, craftsman or maker. Ringer, one who rings or ringing device maker. Writer, author or clerk. Writer to the signet, Scottish solicitor. Writing desk maker, producer of writing furniture. Writing master, teacher of penmanship. Writing paper maker, producer of stationery. Wrought iron worker, craftsman in wrought iron. Xylographer, wood engraver. Xylophonist, player of xylophone. Yacht builder, constructor of pleasure boats. Yachtmaster, captain of yacht. Yachtsman, yacht sailor. Jaeger, hunter or rifleman. Yoer keeper, fish trap operator. Yard foreman, supervisor of yard workers. Yard laborer, yard worker. Yard master, supervisor of railway yard. Yardman, yard worker or railway worker. Yarn bleacher, whitener of yarn. Yarn dealer, merchant of yarn. Yarn dyer, colorist of yarn. Yarn merchant, trader in yarn. Yarn twister, maker of twisted yarn. Yegg, safe cracker. Yellow boy, gold coin or canary. Yellow metal worker, brass worker. Yeoman, independent farmer or naval petty officer. Yeoman farmer, independent small farmer. Yeoman of the guard, royal bodyguard. Yeoman usher, ceremonial officer. Yew tree grower, cultivator of yews. Yokel, country person. York tan glover, maker of tan leather gloves. Young man, male youth or assistant. Young person, youth. Young woman, female youth. Zenana missionary, female missionary to secluded women. Zany, clown or fool. Zealot, fanatic. Zenith sector maker, producer of astronomical instruments. Zincographer, zinc plate engraver. Zinc worker, worker in zinc. Zither maker, producer of zithers. Zither player, musician on zither. Zoographer, animal artist. Zoological collector, gatherer of animal specimens. Zoological garden keeper, manager of zoo. Zoologist, studier of animals. Zookeeper, caretaker of zoo animals. Zouave, French colonial infantry soldier. You have been listening to a list of traditional occupations from the earliest times to around 1950.